wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? You guys see me starting it up early, getting into USO right now. I'm looking for a bounce in energy. I'm looking for oil to come back ramping. We'll see what happens today. Taking a little dip by here, all ready to start the day. We'll see what happens here in USO. We'll talk all about the oil action. We'll take a look at what's going on over the weekend. We'll get to some stock trade ideas, of course. That's the playbook action. And then we have the sunrise report. We will give you guys everything in the market, what stocks are moving and why. And don't forget, of course, about our competition going on right now. The Market Madness 2026. Of course, we really kick this off next week, but you don't want to miss it. Of course, we did, of course, do the draft, at least to select the stocks that we will be picking. The question is, which coach will you be picking? I say you pay attention really quickly this week to determine that, right? And you guys out there, let me know if you're building the ultimate team and building a team together. We'll take a look at the action already in the green here for this. Was even thinking about taking this in the swing account, but just started the day. Let me take it easy. Let's take it in the eValve account. Of course, been doing good in the 200K account, up over $6,000 already in the 200K account. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of a pullback back below 121 to add to this. But already starting it off, getting a little bit of a nice little $50 this morning. Maybe we can make a little bit of a $200, $300 in the morning here. We'll see what happens in USO as we start to get this lift. Looking to dip by a little bit more into this towards 120 50s and 121, but for right now, good starter on in the oil game. Let's talk about the action. We'll get towards some trade ideas here. That's what we usually do, and of course, you'll hear doorbells when we bring a lot of the trade ideas in. So let's go ahead. Let's kick things off. Let's talk a little bit about some trade ideas this morning. And of course, first I want to start with our chart of the day. We talk about Target often. Let's go back to Target. Let's take a look at how last week kind of ended up. And I'll go a little bit back in time so you guys can really see what I've been watching here in Target. Of course, I have it here. You guys can see that action here off of the trend line break. Now we're really starting to get going here on Target. Now I want to see, can we take another step up, right? Can we make a nice little break above this 120 going towards the 125 back towards 126? Definitely on my radar today. We'll see if we get some action. Already kind of getting a little bit of a push back off of this 117 this morning. I'll look for quick dips underneath the 118 to maybe take a shot off that 117. We'll see what happens here in Target. Let's keep it going with some more trade ideas as we kick off the playbook action. Of course, the playbook every single morning. You guys can catch that where on our Discord. Of course, if you're not getting our Discord, you're missing out. Let's go to the playbook play of today. What about a short on XLF? XLF, of course, the financial sector, really seeing a little bit of some damage overnight. It was already getting hit here. Now it came back trickling towards the 50. You could see here how this is resistance right here. And this is the prior support, right? So this will be the layer to look at for the top side. But right now, this seems to be holding in as resistance right around the 50. I'd also draw another line at that top end here. So like if you can really start to close above 50.20s, you're out of the worry. But what we're going to look for to see if we see some quick downside right back towards the 49.40s here. I actually like it for a short. We'll see what happens here. Does look really good on the trade. Another thing to be looking at is what happens to selective industries in this sector, right? You have asset managers that are a concern here, credit services, and regional banks. So see what happens to these areas right out the gates to see if we get that further downside hit. Let's go over to another short play, and I'm feeling a little bearish. Let's go to RCL. Take a look at the consumer travel fade. You could also look at this trade with like Hilton. You could look at it with airlines as we look to see what happens with the consumer. Of course, with oil prices higher, and everyone's going to notice it the next time you go to pump, right? I already saw oil prices jump around me around my area about 20-30 cents, and you'll see it jump again this week, probably another 20-30 cents, right? And then we'll see what happens if we get some prolonged outlook where this stays higher, right? We've been seeing oil prices come back and forth, but already weak here in pre-market was down towards the 271 and trying to break here. The ideal setup is that this gets a little bounce towards 274 and 276. Reason why is we can go to the 30-minute to kind of take a look at this. We want to get kind of closer back towards the resistance, continue what we call like kind of the trend line approaches. So move towards this trend line would be kind of more the area for me to get short. So of course that plays in right underneath this prior support. It was the resistance. So anything in this area is going to be looking good. So that's as we get towards 274. 276, and then the risk there towards above the 280s. We'll look to see if we get that kind of bounce action where we can get this first action move right back into this move, then it starts to break down, then we can get maybe a little chop and some continuation to finally play in. We'll see what happens here on RCL, a short in the cruise space. See my sound game on point today. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's go to short Macy's as the short party continues. I'm looking to see what happens to consumer cyclical stocks here. Will we get some further downside if the consumer is really going to slow down? I'll tell you one place that usually takes a hit. It's Macy's. This stock has already been taking a beating. As you can see, it had a nice head and shoulders pattern from the 23, but this came from a breakout below the 17s, around the 15. So that's where I think we're heading now. We had a nice little dead cat bounce around the 1940s. Now rejecting, trying to break down this low here, which is your low here is 1770s. Look to see if we break that action here right out the gates here and start to head down towards the 15. Any bounces towards the 19s could be a nice short off of the 20s. We'll see what happens there with Macy's. All right, let's keep it going. We'll get to the sunrise report, talk about what's going on in the market here. Let's keep moving here and take a look to see what happened throughout. As oil burst higher above $100 a barrel, investors, of course, are taking a look and starting to talk about stagflation. Of course, with the stew, of course, of rising prices and slowing growth, U.S. crude leaping here and driven by, of course, the closure on the Strait of Hormuz and the fresh output cuts in Kuwait and Iraq. So rattled traders who had already endured Wall Street's worst week in nearly a year, energy stocks were the only green on the screen as fear surged and talk of tapping strategic reserves swirled. Markets are open today, but Monday's mood isn't anything but bright. The Dow Futures Industrial fell about 590 points, was down about 1.2% in the pre-market, reacting to, of course, the surging oil. S&P futures were down roughly about 1.1%, but have come back significantly, almost back to unchanged. Still down a little bit here. We'll see if we reject here and we go further. We've been climbing kind of all morning. We'll see if we get actually hit here towards the bell. All right, oil shocks and stagflation fear, of course. Oil is the story. WTI jumped another 13%, about $103 a barrel with WTI topping at 100 for the first time since 2022. And we're going to continue to watch to see what happens here, right? Because prices briefly surged as high as 119 before easing after reports that the G7 officials might tap strategic reserves. U.S. crude had started the year down below 60, underscoring the magnitude of the shock. Markets worried that oil over 100 could choke growth and eventually cause inflation to accelerate. We're going to have to see what happens here to see if we get some further inflation concern, but I think that's what we're watching now. And now let's take a look into the fear gauge, of course, as a shakeout here. The CBOB Volatility Index, Wall Street's fear gauge, top 30 and later climbing to 35.3. The VIX is at its highest level since April 21st, and financials and industrials led the early decline. While defense and energy stocks were the only sectors showing strength, last week the Dow slid about 3%, the S&P futures dropped 2%, and Nasdaq Composite lost 1.2, marking the market's biggest weekly slump since April. European markets also opened sharply lower, and so we're going to continue to see what happens here as Iran war sent yield on government bonds higher and investors piled into protection as stagflation fears fanned out across the continents. Natural gas and energy updates. Of course, natural gas also hitting its highest since February 6th before pulling back around 334. We'll keep watch to see what happens there in natural gas. Let's keep going. Let's go to the in focus plays today. We'll get to look to some action there. We did, of course, get some action on GPS gaps. Of course, getting a little bit of some disappointing guidance there. We'll see what happens on that stock. Fell about 8% after the retailer reported fourth quarter earnings. We also got, of course, the HIM news to talk about. We can talk a little bit about that as they're getting reports that the Novo lawsuit is getting pulled off here. So we'll continue to watch to see what happens there. And HIMS trading up there to 24. The question is, will Michael Na still have his HIMS when he comes in? If not, then he might need to call HIMS and check on his hair. Because he's definitely going to be a little upset if he still doesn't have it. And, you know, it's a headline. You never know when this is going to come in. But hey, big pop there. We'll see if HIMS can hold it here, or will it start to fade towards the open. I think this might be a fade here, a nice easy short off that 24, but not going to get after it this morning here. We'll see what happens there. There's other action, of course, in oil we can talk a little bit about, but we'll get towards some other action here as we kick things off. We'll take a look at some different stocks, and we'll be joined, of course, by our traders coming up here in about 6 minutes. Let's keep taking a look around here. Let me see if there's any other action that I want to kind of bring in here to kind of bring in the conversation. Let me just pull this up here. We can talk about some other action that's going on here. Mining stocks, of course, continuing to fade here. Copper names really starting to get hit here. Let's go to FCX so you guys can see the action. I've been trying to point to this. The metals and minerals continuing to fall. The group just falling as the dollar continues to surge and commodity prices are, of course, getting hit here. Freeport McMoran here was down already about 4%, but you got Newmont NEM gold stock down about 3.7% and ALB shedding about 2%. So these are really starting to get hit here. We'll see what happens as the dollar goes higher. At some point, I think that dollar will swing back. But for the time being, got to watch out for the dollar. It's affecting silver also, so look for that to kind of continue to drive silver lower. We'll see what happens today. I think silver is a nice little setup here for a short also. We'll be looking to see if that can drop below 74.80s. Above 78s, it could start to push back, but I think this is a nice setup for it to finally get a nice little whoosh. Several airlines, of course, also down here. DAL fell roughly 3%, while American Airlines fell about 4%. And then UAL really falling down here about into the 90s. It already bounced. I think this is a nice opportunity for a short here. Let's take a look at the action right now. It already is dropping a little bit here in the pre-market. I would love to see one more drive up to the 89.50 spot. We'll be looking for this to be a nice little short towards the open, as I do expect to see some consumer and stocks start to see more kind of shed of the hit. Jefferies Financial Group is taking a hit here after the investment bank fell more than 3% after a downgrade by Morgan Stanley. And that's not good. These investment banks are really starting to show concerns. That's why I'm watching to see what happens with the financial space. I need some coffee this morning and some more coffee. Shout out to the coffee. I might have to go get a refill. But Starbucks might need a refill this morning. Let's take a look at them at this morning. They're already taking a hit here. The global coffee chain saw shares dipping more than 2% in pre-market after Wolf Research downgrading the stock to peer perform. Wall Street Journal said that it sees Wall Street firm said that it wants to see evidence that it's sustained execution, especially amongst increasing competitive coffee landscape. Of course, you guys know my favorite coffee company. Bros is my favorite company in the long run. Looking to see if they can bounce out of this area. This stock was at $1.30, got up as high as 82.50. Undercut under 45 would be kind of my look. Let it get back to that 45 and then start coming back, especially with this consumer concern. I think it's going to weigh on things like the XRT. And you could even look at a high flyer like Victoria's Secret, already taking a little bit of a hit here, right? It's already been dropping. It dropped there on Friday. It dropped on Thursday. It continued to drop on Friday. I'd like to see this bounce and then eventually maybe get short longer term on Victoria's Secret, as these names have really turned to the downside. Best Buy, another name to kind of keep an eye out. Just recently got a little bit of a lift, but I think that could be short-lived. We'll see what happens there. All right, going to continue to watch to see what happens in hims and hers. Of course, that is surging, but to tell you the truth, it hasn't broken the new high, so I'm going to continue to watch it. I think that 24 is really acting as resistance here, and we'll have to keep an eye out towards the bell. What happens there in hims? It's a wild trader, so just be careful out there. We'll see what happens there. All right, we'll be joined by our traders in just about 2 minutes here. We'll take a look at some different trading action in the market this morning. It's good to see you guys, of course. Get that coffee, says Joe. Yeah, I need like a coffee machine right in my office. That's the next setup, right? Like I have a nice espresso machine and I make a nice espresso, but the problem is like it takes a little while, right? Like I have one of those like kind of manual ones. I'm doing a lot of work. I need a quick little Keurig where I can just reach back, hit the button, boop, coffee, baby. Let's go. What do you guys think about that? Let's keep going. And Starbucks, I don't know. All I had to do is drive around and every single Starbucks is slammed. Yeah. I like the old school small coffee shops, but you know, I make coffee at home, right? We'll see what happens out there, guys, what we can come up with, looking around to see what is trading up here. And I do have a stock on the swing account that I got to keep an eye out for, Crescent Energy. But oil stocks coming down is really kind of affecting me. This stock was up overnight towards 1320s. I was up massive in this and did not cash. So we'll see what happens. Early bird gets the worm. I wasn't up early this morning. Normally I'm up like 5:30 a.m. Today I decided to sleep in a little bit as I had a late night with the boys, and it's paying the price as this stock has been declining all morning. We'll look to see if we can dip by and add to this position. It's been a really good position, and I don't think oil is going away anytime soon. We'll see what happens there. All right, let's keep going. And yes, we got to get one. We got to get one, my friend. And what else? Dude, get the Nespresso, the espresso maker. Yeah. My dad has that one too, and I like it. I've tasted it. I think the manual one comes out a little better, but my thing with the Nespressos is those little capsules are pretty expensive, man. That's the whole other thing, right? Is that the Keurig game is expensive too, man. Believe it or not, I don't spend too much because I get coffee beans and I get like this big package. So, hey, it keeps the price at least maintained. It's not Starbucks level price. What's going on, Smoke Tuna? It's good to see you, my friend. How's the Smoke Tuna alerts? Got to take a look into it, of course, see what happened this morning, get my email, see what's going on there. But, of course, we'll catch it here live. It's good to see you in the chat, my friend. All right, we'll kick things off. We'll be bringing on Michael Nelson in just a second here and see what happens in oil. USO had been the trade to look at last week. Talked about that on Monday, and man, that thing ran a total of 41% It's been an absolute wild ride in USO.
Yo,
Look who's on. What's going
I'm
on,
here.
Michael Nas? How we doing, my
What's
friend?
happening? Yeah, that oil move's pretty wild.
Yeah, yeah, and pretty wild indeed. And we'll see if it can continue to run as things kind of start to pull back a little bit. Of course, a quick expansion, but something tells me this isn't over yet. There could still be some further upside and shakes. And I think it's going to come with what happens in the kind of the conflict, because there's multiple countries now a part of this. It's not just US and Iran, right? I think what's happened a lot in Qatar and different action around is really shaking things up.
What I'll say is what I always say about oil is that there's like everybody on planet Earth has it in their best interest to keep oil prices at a lower, stable level. Even the people who are selling it, right? They don't want it spiking too much because then demand rolls back and then they don't sell as much. So
Yeah,
I think probably what you're going to see over the next week or month, I think I already read somewhere that they're already talking about dumping into the strategic reserves.
they've already
And then
have.
yeah,
So
so I think you're just going to see more and more of that of okay, we gotta bring this down, and Trump's the price of the pump guy is a huge deal for him as well. So
yeah,
again, I just think same as silver. I don't think silver is skyrocketing ever again anytime soon. I don't think silver's going to go back to like $20. We see it all the time with commodities. They have these
yeah,
huge spikes, and then I think you're going to get a wild chop. So if you're an oil trader, now's your time, right? We've been talking about how annoying
oh
this
yeah,
instrument's been trading for years. I think now's your time. I think you get a couple months of insane action. I don't think it's going to be parabolic up because there's tons of mechanisms in place right now. OPEC could just turn on the spigot and tank prices back down, but I think you're going to get a lot of volatility, which is interesting. Again, if you're a short-term trader of oil, grab some Red Bull or something harder if you want it, and then get after it because now's your time.
yeah. And I think right now is when you can have the wickedest moves in the volatility, right?
Mhm.
Because like as you get this push, you're just gonna have more swings in the intraday, right? Where you get these quick little pullbacks. And I think
Yeah,
like
you're going to
let's say
get
like if you're a trader coming in probably and trying to short oil right now, you missed the peak overnight, right? Like you weren't watching the real market.
That's the
Um,
other thing is, right, that people need to remember is this oil's got nothing to do with the US. This is a global asset. So it's going to be trading
exactly.
24/7, 365. This is a world
Yeah,
important and a
what you
world
wanted to have
thing.
been doing is shorting last night, right?
Right.
And coming in this morning and already covering towards
So,
the
so
open,
yeah,
right?
you're going to have to be ready to go. Uh and 1 second, I'm just going to a
No
delivery is
worries.
coming. So I'm going to front run the dogs this time so I don't blow out
Front
anyone's
run them,
ears.
front run them. All right, guys, let's bring it in here. Let's talk a little bit about some trade action here. So, of course, adding here to USO, we'll talk a little bit about the trade here. I do have another ad here right underneath 120, but I told you guys looking to add towards 120.50s and 121. So building a position this morning in USO. We'll look to see if we get some lift off here. I think we get one more downside attempt here. So just trying to create like kind of like a wick entry opportunity here for some quick recovery below the 120s here. Let's see if we get a quick little dip, able to get a nice add here towards 119.50s. There we go. Just got another little add there. Just trying to build the position up and kind of slowly add in here. Look for the nice little drive in USO. If it just completely cumbros out the gates, well, we'll get out, right? We'll see what happens on this one.
Well, yeah, and I
On the
think
day trade account, and I think it's something that like we've talked about, right, Michael? It's already been shorted into. At some point, you're gonna get some type of relief. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those times that it makes sense to take a look at the futures, right? The equities only give you
100%.
so much on both because the equity chart, like if you look at USO, right, you just kind of see a gap up and it just floundering around. You go, what were
Yeah.
you guys talking about? You already missed the peak. Well, you got to go look at the futures where it opened up all the way here on Sunday night, huge spike higher, right? Just ticked to like 120 and then gave it all back. So you're talking from low to high, a 20% plus range already overnight. And same with the SPY. If you go and just bring up the SPY this morning, you go, okay, well, we gapped down, they bought it a bit, they've been kind of chopping it around. But you really have to go to the futures contract to see they opened it, and this kind of shows you that this is the inverse chart, right? It just looks the exact opposite of what we were just looking at with oil. And right, they sold it off and then rallied it back up. This is, after midnight, so this is probably when you're getting more and more, the US junkies looking for something to do, just buying it back up. But at one point, I was looking at it there for a second. We were down 2.3% at one point,
Yeah.
and now we're down like 1% or less. So showing again, is it going to be more of the same story that we've been seeing all last week, where they gap it down and they buy it and they gap it kind of over and over and over again? I don't know. It seems to be what we're seeing so far, but this is the low that I'll be kind of referencing throughout the day. It won't be the S&P 500 opening range. Most times it's fine, right? Because, it's no big deal. There's generally not much difference. But in times like this, especially on Monday mornings, I talk about this all the time on Monday, it's
Yeah.
important because you're missing, 13 hours or so of trading action. And often there will be nothing that happens in this 13 hours of trading actions. Well, right now there's a ton of it. So we have to be cognizant. So that low is 65.85. And then if we can hold that, and it's important to note, right? We're not even in, was my key. I think people are getting mad. Yeah. My snarky tweet of the day, you could call it. I just say, how many people are going to whine when we actually get down to correction, right? So this is just a good chart that highlights.
Yeah.
We're down a little bit. So 626 on the SPY is correction territory. That's 10% down on the market, and you generally get a correction every single year, most times, and we haven't even hit that yet. So imagine how much people are going to be whining and moaning, which was my tweet that got people all spiked up, if we actually go into a correction, because it feels like everybody's bummed and the market's down just a couple percent from all-time high again.
I'm excited, man. All this macro is getting me to take a look even into kind of like our partners, right? Like our family, and looking into the Fiverr's futures, and looking into doing maybe some Forex trading and some oil trading. It's been fun times, right? At the end of the day, we have
Yeah.
definitely a lot of opportunities during this time, right? The key is, I think, continuing to stay with the strength, right? And the strength has been daily in this market, right? Daily.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I think is a very important thing. The flavor of the day is very important, right?
Yes, and you have to shrink your time horizon, right? You have to really compress that time horizon. That's super important. Well, so I always say this every time in high volatility environments. I guess
Yeah.
the two ways you can do it is you dramatically shrink your time horizon, or you insanely open it. So if you're like someone who holds for years, just close it all down, shut it down, ignore it, come back in like years from now. But you have to know, are you an investor, which is, I'm going to buy something because I like the company and I'm going to hold it for 3 years and I'm going to try to
Oh,
make, 5, 6 times my money, or are you a trader? And if you're a trader, I think you're right, Mitch, where you've got to be living in this like 1 to 3 day time frame, and you got to get in, you got to hold for a day or two, and then you've got to get out, which means lowering expectations. If you would buy a pullback and you'd expect that thing to go and turn and rip to all-time highs, I don't think you're there, right? So hymns, Steph just brought up, I think is a perfect example. Not to kind of pat myself in the back too hard, but I own some hymns. You better believe I've been hitting the sell button all morning because this is a gift. This thing's up like 50% overnight. I'm not looking at this and saying, well, I caught a bottom on the whole thing, I'm going to hold it forever. Like I mentioned, I was chatting with you guys before, right? I bought this thing just on this day right here because it had that gap down and then filled up. I put the stop at the low and walked away. Woke up this morning to a great gift that I wasn't expecting. Taking the money, moving on. Right?
yeah.
I'll hold, like, I got him Z. I'll hold like a tiny bit, like $1,000 worth, or like a just tiny amount that I don't really care about. But I'm not expecting huge moves in these trades anymore. I'm doing a lot of buy the dip, get out a couple days later, take your money, kind of move on.
You have to, right? And I think that, like let's say like the oil trade, right? Like if you're long last week and you kind of rode it last week and you kind of selling into the rip, right? Well, then you're doing it right. What I think is important right now, what are the strategies that are working, right? Well, it's sell the rip, buy the dip, and mean reversion strategies, right? That's what you're seeing is working, right? Because it's no longer the market of hold trends, right? And if it's not a market of holding trends, well, then the trend traders and the swing traders are going to run into a lot of problems, at least the majority of your swing traders that trend trade, right? So that's where I'm seeing a lot of the struggles come. And the real key is there are some traders still winning in there, but you needed to kind of only stick to like maybe one or two sectors to find the pockets of strength. There's still
Yeah.
pockets of strength, but it's so small that it makes it very selective. And if you go looking around and you start dipping your toes in some tech, dipping your toes here and there, well, you start realizing all I'm doing is just giving myself cuts and not sticking into the winning sectors of the year.
Yeah, I know a lot of those guys, right? The Qualamari, William
The
O'Neill
turtle
type dudes,
traders,
right?
the
Yeah,
cans, can
they're
slam strategies.
they're looking to they're just trading way less right now. They're taking like
Yeah.
maybe a shot a week. They're just they're hanging out. They're
Hmm.
they're going. But yeah, so someone asked a question: buy oil or wait today? I'm gonna use silver as kind of a
Yeah.
a lesson here because I think commodities move quite similar, and this I think we're kind of in this area, right? Where I think you're crazy to be really taking a shot long. I think you're kind of crazy to be taking a shot short. I think whatever you do on oil, you
Yeah.
want to make it a day trade. And then if the day trade gets lucky and the thing just keeps going, then hold on. But
Oh
just
yeah.
have these, really tight trades because what's going to happen at some point, who knows when, is there's going to be some big announcement from OPEC or something, or the war is going to end or whatever, and you're going to have this, just like we had on silver. You had this huge day, and then I remember I was bringing you guys analog charts and saying, as
Yeah.
soon as crack happens, stay away. And ever since then, you can see nothing happened. Right? Anyone who said they're
Yeah.
silver lost money. Anyone who's bearish silver lost money. So I think anything you want to do with oil is a very short-term bet, and then leave a little runner just to see if you get lucky and you crack and you get the day that everything falls apart because no one knows what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, no one knows. No one knows indeed. We'll see what happens. Definitely seeing the further downside there come into USO. Thinking about cutting it here at the 118 if it keeps dropping there, but that'll be kind of the low that I'll hold to on USO this morning. That's on the day trade account. We'll see what happens there. Looking around to see what happens in HIMS to see if that can get going. Do you still got the HIMS, my friend? That's the real question.
I this morning I sold like 90% of it, and then I'm just going to keep the
All
rest
right.
as like part of it. It's just
Hey,
I
when you
took
get the
that
gift,
gift.
you take the money and you run, right? I
Yeah, I
think,
was
uh,
even in my targets that I was thinking, I wasn't expecting that. I would
yeah,
like that was
I
just a
don't think anybody
pure
was. It was
yeah.
definitely a surprise headline coming in there with HIMS. Of course, pretty much coming with a nice little backdoor deal with the company that's trying to sue you. So you come to the deal and you're like, well, dude, instead of suing us, how about we just sell your product for you?
Well, and
Makes sense
the
though, right?
right, and this is part of the reason, right, that hymns is so interested here in hymns is, again, you can get this on FinBiz. This is a short interest. It can't be right. I there's got to be something up here, but it's showing an
Um,
81% short interest, but a 39% short float. So essentially, almost half of the shares that exist are betting against it. Everybody in the world is betting against this stock, and you guys know how much of a contrarian I am. I like it when everyone in the world is betting against one thing.
yeah, you're a
Um,
little late to the boat too, right? I always say
right, like, well, and you can see this. The thing I really like that Finviz does, as opposed to just a static number, is that it charts it, so you can
mhm,
see that they've been shorting. That really
as it's
starting to
been
pick
going
up.
down.
in this area. So they're not short from like $60 and like Love and Life. They're short from 30, 20s. So very, very quickly are down quite a bit. And then the short ratio is 4 days. So it'll take 4 days of trading for them to cover that position. But again, that's based off current volume. So this is the chart just in case you missed it. Just huge kind of spike up here. It closed at, I'm in this HIMZ.
And good lesson
It's
also,
like
of course. Good lesson, of course, right? Is hey, if you see your stock is down, the stock is down 74% from the peak, might not be the best stock to just keep loading in short. At some point, these will rip your face off. But hey, to each his own, right?
I don't know why they do. We talk about. I don't get it. Like AMC,
I don't get it
again, I
either,
always
man.
bring
Even
this
as a
example.
bear, sometimes I don't get it. I'm like, why stay in this though? At some point, just take your money and run, right?
Well, and yeah, because like AMC, awful company, probably going bankrupt. So all the shorts were right, but it had like multiple 100%, 200% rips in your face. So if you're holding it, you've got blown out multiple times in this position, unless you had the gumption and it was only a small part of your portfolio, and you were able to hold like a 200-300% loss in your face, all to make 100%. It's why I don't really get long-term shorting. Is that if you're the best in the world and you pick the companies that go bankrupt, you make 100%. And that's it. If you buy stocks, the stock, right? The stock market doubles every 7 years. Like they just, and the same. I'm bet there's a lot of people short AMC right here. And is it going to go bankrupt? Probably going to get bought out by someone or go bankrupt. But it could easily go from $1 to $2, and then you have another 100% rip in your face. It's crazy to me. I'm with you. I don't get why. Soon as you're short and you make like 50% on your money or something, just get out. And you're not. Don't try to be a hero for that extra couple ticks. It's like most option sellers I know generally have a plan and they exit at whatever part of their position, because when you're selling options, just like shorting stock, you can only make 100%. So you sell the option gets cut in half in value, you cover that short, and you kind of move on. But yeah, these HIMS guys are gonna have a bad day today. It's why I'd be also, from a day trading standpoint, I'm not gonna do anything with it, but I'd be kind of cautious on potentially shorting it, because there might be some margin calls going on out there, right? There might be some people out there who are caught, and you could.
I think both ways, though. I think this is going to be a trading vehicle today. Is this going to be wild? Right? Let's just be honest. It's definitely a stock that you can make a lot of money today and lose a lot of money today, whichever way it is. You see it, right? It's one of these names that I think you're right. You're going to get some opening action, like margin calls, like just people getting just quickly hit. But that usually happens almost immediately right out the gates, right? So it could be a pop and drop type of stock. To me, I think it's the perfect one for a move back above that 24, maybe even get into like 27, 28. And then all of a sudden you see it just start fading the rest of the day, right? So it's going to be one of those quick moves.
Going to be a lot of people with my mentality of just thank you. And I'm just going to take that.
Yeah, and then it almost creates the up action, right? Because you're hitting the sell also, right? You're selling out, and then they're covering, and it just creates a cycle really quickly of bam, 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 action right out the gates. And then what you want to see, I think, is going to be the first pullback. Do you see buyers step up, right? Because that's what you want to be kind of looking at on the tape. It's not about the first drive, because I think you and I both agree there's going to be a lot of volume right out the open, but it's more when they actually pull it back, do they step back in and drive the stock back through the highs? That's what I'll be looking for in HIMS. So you HIMS traders, we'll find out. Another thing that this can do is also affect NVO, right? You can look at that stock this morning. It's starting to trickle up higher. Is this a good thing or bad thing for them? Now that's might be out of Michael and I's pay grade, but we'll see what happens with NVO to see if it can turn something around.
So
it needs to turn something around. That this stock is struggling, competing against Lilly. You look at this stock and you're like, this stock competes against Lilly.
That
you know what I mean?
And there's got to be that conversation happening internally as well. They're like, do we really want to just like do a bunch of lawsuits and get ourselves tied up and spend a crap ton of money in court,
That's what it
right?
was. That's
Or
the
let's make some deals.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hims was like, "Yo, we'll cover your lawyer fees right now. Let's just stop this, please."
Yeah, like
You know what I mean? Let's just we'll cover your lawyer fees. Let's sell your product, man. We'll sell your product. We'll do this and we'll work together. We'll tell the FDA that you're not a monopoly either, that you help us deliver, right?
well,
So
and yeah, you
that's the
have
other
to, right? If
mentality, right?
if you're teaming up against the giants, like for
The giant.
my March Madness pick, it was all healthcare names, and Lilly was the mega cap, like top S&P 500 name, and it's because it's just look at the freaking chart, So
Yeah.
you're
Look at the
if
chart.
you're spending your money suing relatively small company like Hims, as opposed to trying to compete with this guy, right? Getting some,
Yeah.
you need as many friends as you can get, is basically what I'm saying. You don't
Oh
need
yeah.
enemies right now. You need as many friends as you can.
We all need some friends in this market. We'll see what happens out there, guys. The VIX, of course, extended here. Will we see a little bit of a VIX meltdown early in the week? I think that could make sense, right? Will we get some up action here? I don't know, honestly. I think it's going to be a lot of back and forth. We are, gapping down, so that does help things, I think, to rebound today. We'll see what happens, right? It's already a weak look. I think the fade right before the bell here is a good thing for the bulls, right? We're not just like 667 right now. I think that would have been a more dangerous look, is like you're opening up near the high. You're getting a little pullback right before the open here, which I think is a good look. I think we just got to keep watching some of those tech names, right? Those AVGOs, the trades that did well last week, right? And the software names. Will that hold or will it come back down, right? So,
One, yeah. So I just want to, for reference, just so everyone knows, right? This is the VIX on the tariff tantrum right here.
yeah.
And then this was the yen carry kind of blow up that happened on that August. So we're above everything that we've seen since the tariff tantrum, right? We were more
Since
volatile than
April.
that, but we're still nowhere near tariff tantrum highs. That's still another doubling from here on the VIX. So if you think this is going to affect, this war is going to affect the market in the same way that the tariff tantrums did, then we've got another got another double to go. And you can see that in the chart, right? This is the tariff tantrum right here, and then this is what we've been seeing so far. So very good in these moments when news is loud and things going crazy. Zoom out and just look and say, okay, this was ugly. It's funny, if you probably go back to April of last year on stream, you could probably see how tired I looked because I was just buying hand over fist and just getting smoked, and eventually it ended up being an amazing year, over 100% year. But in this moment, things didn't feel very good. So that's why I'm really not worried about what we're seeing so far. It's
I
just
mean,
a
it
slight
was
little
a
dip.
tough one. It was a tough one, right? We saw the drop. We kind of expected the drop. It already dropped into it. And then there was a couple of days of real capitulatory lows, right? And that's what I think we haven't run into. I don't think we've ran into a real down day. I know that there's a lot of bearish talk out there, but have we really had a real bearish day? I
No,
don't
with
think that day's come in yet, right?
the
Right?
question is,
We
does he taco
haven't seen
before
that.
it? Right? Does he taco
This is my
before? Does
thing
he
though, is
taco
that
after?
is it more a matter of him now, or is there actually things breaking? Because the financials aren't looking good here, Michael. And you are one of my biggest guys that have told me, well, just save the banks, but when the banks start to go, yeah, to get
Yeah, and
concerned,
that's the
right?
biggest black mark on the market. But what I'm looking at is with the TNX, yeah,
Mhm.
the yield, and we know
The
every
yield.
time he tacoed before. Remember, we highlighted this. Would have been highlighted last time I looked at yields was last year. Is as soon as we got up into like the 4.5 and the fives, he did whatever he could to get the market kind of back in order every time. He did whatever he could and said, okay, we got to get the market back. We got to get the market back. And we're not quite there yet. We're only at 4 and change. But if we start getting near that 4.5, 5, I think you could start. He'll do the same thing he always does. He'll declare victory, and and move on. And
But
everyone will
you
go, okay,
forget,
good.
did you forget he already has his next target in mind? I think that's what really scared the market last week. He already mentioned that he wants to go and attack Cuba now.
Yeah, well, someone who spent a lot of time in Cuba, that will be a much different story. That will be a very fast. If he does, that
Well,
will
the
be more
question
of a
is,
Venezuela thing than it will be a Iran thing, right?
yeah, the question is at that point, is that, other countries are going to start to, I think, start to step in here. That's where things get a little bit like choppy, right? We'll see what happens with that. But he has continued on the trend of just coming into to different territories and claiming them, right? And the question now, what happens with Iran? Is there a deal here that happens, or do we just kind of let other countries take over the land? I think
Well,
that's
they
another
gotta.
thing that's starting to open up. They've already allowed Iraq fighters to go and take some land, and I think in the long run, you're going to start seeing. If they don't want to do like the Trump deal, Trump is just going to say, go take the land.
Well, and they already got a new guy. So the question is, they elected
But
a new leader.
the
So,
new guy is just the sons that didn't die, though.
right, but
like that's kind of hard, dude.
at some point, if you're the 50th new guy, at some point you're gonna come in and go, okay, I don't want to be like,
Well,
I don't
it's
want to
the
be like the
third
other
new
guys.
guy, but those were all his brothers that died and his
I,
dad that died.
if I'm
So
if
I
I'm that
don't
new
know
guy, I'm
about
gonna be like,
you. I don't
maybe
know
I don't
about
want to
you.
end up
I
like my
couldn't.
bro.
I know I couldn't get weak. I couldn't be like, yeah, I'm just gonna
Oh,
surf, just
I'd roll
just
right
bag
over.
down. No, I would not be like that, Michael.
Are they gonna
I'm sorry.
work?
In this case, I'd probably be like the Iran, and I'd probably just die in a battle. But at
No,
that
I'd be.
point,
Well,
I
that's
mean, hey,
but
that's
that's the
how
problem. It's not
war goes, right?
it won't be a battle. It'll be like the other ones where you're just having your tea one morning and
I'll
hell
tell you
comes from
one
the
thing,
sky.
at least that's not the worst way to go, man.
No.
In the war, that's
Well,
not
what's
the
been
worst way to
interesting,
go, but
like reading about how this is doing and bringing up Palantir here, is they're
Palantir
using
is not getting a move on it's not because the war. Palantir is moving because software is coming back.
right, but they are using its technology, and that's starting to become part of the conversation. What they've been doing is every time a rocket gets launched out of Iran, they're saying it's within 30 seconds a Hellfire missile comes right back down to that spot. So that's how Iran's running out of not missiles but launchers. Because every time they launch from a site, they go, okay, we know exactly where that came from. We can triangulate it within seconds, where a human would take much longer. There's a whole other conversation about how terrifying in less than 30 seconds you're deploying a missile in a place. That means there's essentially no human oversight at that point. You're just trusting their technology.
Yeah.
But
That's
it's
where we're going to, right? Isn't Claude running the war also?
well, no, they kicked Claude out because they want it.
No, they used
uh
Claude first, and then OpenAI came in and was like, "What are you doing, dude? You're not supposed to be doing this, Trump. We'll give you access completely in the back door."
yeah,
Um, so
which
kick Claude out, and he
right
said, "Okay, I'll click Claude out. You guys are going to give us full access? Let's do it."
has
Because
no
Claude
one
was like,
seen
"We're not giving
Terminator?
you full access."
Right,
Um,
I saw Terminator. Did no one else see Terminator? But
yeah,
we're opening here.
open. Let's
So
go, guys. Let's go make some money.
just I was talking about, that I'm going to be referencing the futures a lot. Well, for the high of the futures line up pretty well with this chart because we actually have kind of the overnight session in
Mhm.
place. So that's the beauty, right? If you go to like Trading View or Trend Spider and you take a look, you won't see this action, but we
Yeah.
actually have the overnight action with Trade the Pool, with the Blue Ocean, the boats exchange here. So I think we just watch these highs, and it's like
SPY ripping out the
667.81.
gates, right back up towards that 667 50s. Watch the big boys. Watch the big boys.
Yeah, let's see. So
Microsoft
far,
leading.
something we didn't mention, but I want to, is just Bitcoin. Huge up move. You gotta see the weekend chart for it, but we have big candle here on Bitcoin. Nice little pop there, up to 69,000. Maybe we broke out of this range. We pulled back and we tested it so far successfully, and now it looks like we're pushing out. Maybe right? So keep an eye there on
Yeah,
crypto.
it's
I
not a
know,
bad one to take a shot on.
yeah, MicroStrategy bought another 1,000, I think. Bought another 1,000 Bitcoin, 1,700 I'm seeing here on the weekend. So some people are still giving them money to buy things.
Yeah, that's for sure. Still got the money.
Well, tax looking into March Madness. Get in there, bud. Let's just pick one out. Have fun. Grab some names. So far, a little bit of rejection from these highs. Let's see if we can kind of stick the landing. We got absolutely nothing from the economic front today at all. There's nothing at all that we care about going on. So just keep in mind there that, you know, we've got Trump who can speak up at any time, but really nothing from there.
All right, we'll see what happens towards the open here, at least once we get through the first action here. First action, of course, up there, and we'll see what happens in the sectors, looking around to see if there's anything that's actually leading on the day. So we'll take a look at that action here and see if there's anything leading. I'll let you guys know if I see anything. Right now, I'm looking around. Energy's down about 0.09 from the open, but is there anything that's actually up here from the open? No, that's the fun part. SPY went up here, but no sectors went green.
Yeah, there we go, webhook. So yeah, it's been a kind of muted open so far. SPY is now back down red on the open. Came up, grabbed at those pre-market highs. Didn't like what it saw up there. A little bit of a reversal. We
Shop,
also,
app, some names that are doing well. Sorry for interrupting.
oh no worries. We just got to keep in mind too that it could be one of those where we had the move already. We went from being down 2.5% to, you know, only down 0.8%. So there's a world in which the move occurred, and that's it. We're good to go. We're done.
I'm building here on USO, trying to get closer and closer towards the low and then risk off the lows here. Starting to see some structure starting to form around this 117. Let's see if we can get a nice little lift back above the 118s, going to 120s, 122s, 123s would be kind of the outlook here.
Yeah, this
See if
SPY
we
is
get
trying
USO.
to dig back in. I've only got one trade so far, a DNTH. Don't know what this is. Just triggered right off the open here.
Did see app doing pretty well. Now, service now, right back at the VWAP. We'll see if that can bounce there. So you're looking for software names. That's one name you can look at. XLF coming down right through that 50 out the gates there. So fade on the financials is another trade that I like today. Take a look at that. It's XLF. What's leading the downside there? Let's take a look there in the financials. Oof, there's some areas really getting hit. Industrial's really taking a beating here, guys. Farm and heavy construction, industrial distribution. I mean, it's a sea of red in a mix of green of the index. So it's a sea of red here at the open. There's cyclicals down big. There's financials, real estate, communication, industrials, basic materials. The only thing that's kind of holding up here is tech on the bounce. And if tech goes here, that's when I think the market's going to start really kind of hitting down here. I'm looking at energy about to go green. Healthcare is still also bouncing a little bit there. I keep my eye on that. Utilities are going lower. Defensive is going lower. It's pretty much everything other than healthcare, energy, and technology. Those are the only ones holding up here. Energy going green there, so looking to start seeing these stocks start to lift here now. I might dip buy in my swing in CRGY now as I start to see a bottoming form in oil here. Don't want to be too early though. Want to give it a chance to come down a little bit further. So I have an order to add here in a little bit. Starting to see that nice little rebound. Let's go.
Watching here at the open on the SPY and just nothing so far. You know, it's funny, every time you expect just a wild move, the SPY just comes back and goes, nah, we're not going to do too much today.
Yeah,
We're
it's
just
starting
going
to
to
slow
chill.
down.
So we're still just inside this opening range, and I think it's fine just to kind of hang out and wait and see. We've got a pretty clear resistance area there at the top at that, you call it 668. That's a pre-market high. That's close to today's high as well. Above that, things get interesting. Maybe below, you take a little sidestep and move on. Just
Here's an interesting one getting a little move here. Triple D Systems. For you
blast from the
small
past with
traders
that
out
guy.
there. You know, this is why I want the market madness. I want to be able to change my little small cap. Can I just like change my pick right before the because I'll pick a good one right before it, man. But WDC
Too
doing
easy.
well. SNDK doing well, so you can take a look at those. We'll see if ASML can do well today. Can that get the bounce? Is that where we see the bounce? The semiconductor equipment material names. IGV is getting a nice little kind of reversal look right now. It might start to go into the red here, and you start to get some of the software names to take a hit on the downside. That's what I was expecting today. I was expecting a flip in the software trade. Too many traders think, oh no, the IGV is going to take off now. Dude, nothing's changed. It is just a relief bounce, right? Like nothing's changed in these softwares from the downside or the upside, right? It's just more sentiment. Sentiment's driving these stocks, not fundamentals, right? So you got to keep that in mind.
Sentiment's everything, right? Sentiment's
Sentiment.
all that at the end of the day. That's what moves markets.
That's what's moving it, right? So, all right, guys, finally starting to get a lift here in USO. We'll look to see if we get some further lift here and it starts to get into the green here. Looking for a nice spike towards the 120s, and that could be a really nice lift here. We'll see what happens.
HIMS looks like it's giving it back just a little bit here for those who
I
were
wanted to
trading
short
that.
HIMS. Did it do the pop over the 24? Oh, no, it just did.
It just
Goodbye. Buy
dropped.
24s. Buy 24s. It was kind of obvious in the pre-market. I was looking at that 24 spot. Like, there's so much resistance in that 24 spot. But HIMS has a tendency of undercutting the low and then rallying. It's a stock that I used to do the undercut and rally often. So I'd look
Well,
at
and
that
that's
undercut
when,
and rally, right? Come
yeah,
back
that's when
above 22s.
I would keep it in mind for that because it could just be a bunch of people like me who just said, "Thank you, I'm going to take the 33% gap up, and I'm just going to put some of that in
Imagine if
my."
you were investing in this stock and you just got that gift, right? Well, time to get out. Maybe I just went green again, and I was red on this. I want the out. SPY dropping fast, guys. SPY is dropping fast. It's led by industrials and basic materials. Communications dropping fast. If Verizon short, T-Mobile, we'll see if that kind of gets into the short game. Yeah, that's getting hit hard there. AT&T dropping fast. I'm actually looking at a potential short in Verizon here. Verizon looks good for a short. Yeah, I like that here. Let me see how much I can get short here. Oh, I can get short a pretty good amount. Let's see it. Boom. Just grabbed it really quickly. Didn't hesitate. Saw my 1 minute rule. Followed the rule. Let's go. We're short here. Already up on the position. Gonna look for a scalp short here on Verizon to start just driving down here. Communications has been one of the hottest areas in the market. If you look at it actually overall, it's up 11.16% for the year. Now starting to take a down hit on the day and leading some downside. This has been a hot area. Take the shot. Let's see what we get. All right, USO now getting into the green there. Now 118, guys. So now I'm up and up big. So at this point, the stop needs to be tight. I'm willing to risk like maybe 260s, maybe 300 here, but no more than that as I'm already up 400, 500. Built the position, saw the lows there. Now, if we get to the 120 areas, I'll be up like 2 grand. Looking for the 122s, like 4 or 5 grand there. Let's see what we can do today. Trying to get more used to playing with these bigger positions and just keeping the mentality of trying to find some lows to kind of size into, and then looking to use the low as the out area, right? So then now we get the drive. Now we're getting a nice little lift there. almost up $1,000 already. Once we break the 1,000, I'm gonna have a rule of break even, just because at that point I'm up 1,000. I should either pay myself or move a stop. So there's two things to do there, right? It's either pay myself or look for more, right? If I'm looking for more, I'm going to move a stop up there and make sure I don't lose on the position. If I pay myself, I can leave the risk on, right? It depends on where I'm averaged in. If I was averaged in, let's say 117, can risk below 116, I'd feel confident to kind of hold it there, right? So instead, I feel like I'm a little bit higher, was buying a little bit too early maybe in the day. And so that tells me more and more respect where I'm at, right? Don't get too much caught in the red here, but look for that nice little sell on the rips, right? Right now, what am I getting? Higher low trend. So I'm just watching for the higher low trend to hold. So I can even draw a trend line now from that higher low. I got 2 points, 2 data points. So I can draw the trend line. It's not a trend line unless it makes a third point. But as long as we can continue this trend, I'm holding.
The just looking here on the SPY, everyone's saying everyone dropping. But we just got to, this is one of those very important times to remember what happened overnight and what happened on the pre-market low, right? As long as we're not challenging this low, then this is just a digestion of kind of the uptrend where the buyers came in. So things can drop a lot to get there, like a lot.
Let's go.
So,
let's get one more spike here in oil stocks. Let's go. Dip buying USO here. Now I secured 356. Regardless of what happens on the trade, it's going to be a $300 plus winner. At this point, it's more, can I get thousands, right? So I'm trying to get into the thousands now and see what happens. 4 digits, baby. SPY dropping fast and continuing to drop. And what am I seeing on the SPY? Lower highs, lower highs. I'm trading higher lows, higher lows. So you can look for that pattern, right, to continue.
So we didn't mention this, but Kramer said, I don't see a path for de-escalation on the Iran war. So it'll be solved in 2 days now? That's
why did he say that?
The curse of Kramer. It's going to be all over.
Dude, what money manager does he know that has an oil position? We all know how he works. We all know how he works. He has really smart guys that tell him about some big positions, and then all of a sudden his voice starts leaning in a direction. I think he was the one that was out here saying, "Oh, I love AVAV," the day that AVAV went down 20%. Look at that AVAV on that big red day. That was the day that he opened his mouth at the open. It was like, I love this stock.
Look at this thing. Holy smokes.
CIIT?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just casual move from 39 cents to $22.
$22.75. Okay.
Back to I'm looking here. I'll show you guys. I guess I'm looking here on the streets.
I'll take a shot on that.
That looks like a bad tick just because I'm only on a 1 minute chart, but this is what the tick chart looks like. So it actually did run from 39 cents to $22 all the way to go back to 56 cents.
I mean,
insane.
This is the penny stock manipulation world where you can do things like that. The funny part is you've made your way all the way back down and you only have 50 cents of risk here. There's only 50 cents of risk. If not, the stock goes bye-bye, right? So I don't know. It might seem like some decent risk to return here, at least on an eValve account. Kind of makes sense. I don't know, man.
I guess it's
wild. It's wild.
It's funny.
There's USO, guys. Now I'm up 1,500 here. Seeing that nice little lift. Let's move it up and at least secure 1,000. What did it do? It held the trend line. If you go to my screen, you'll see here it held that trend line. Higher lows, sideways step there. Now I can put the stop there at the support or resistance. I'm going to put it at the resistance here to make sure I'm at least closer towards that 1,000 secured profit. There we go. 1,000 secured profit. Boom. You see? I put it out there. They come get me real quick, but take that money and run, baby. Let's go. First trade on today. Look at that huge dip. This is what you call liquidity search. You see how it went down to 118 fast there, but it's actually a wick. Now what matters more, where does this candle close? Below that trend line or above it? If it's back above it, that could just be like what liquidity search, right? Taking that absorption of volume that was there. You see how it's going more towards turning back to green here. It'll be real interesting if this candle can go green. You do that scare to 118 and it's right back up there to 119.50s. This could start squeezing some shorts that came into the oil market way too quickly at the open. That's what I think is happening here. Way too quickly, shorts come in here and they're getting stuffed right now. The question is, how high can we push them back?
Yeah, and that's what I would expect, just eyeballing this chart, right? I have no dog in the fight. Probably challenge pre-market highs, right? Or even the overnight highs, and then see what happens there. If it can't get above those overnight highs, and you're sitting there on the futures, which is the most important one, or I guess we could do USO with our 24-hour charts here. Right, you're talking, what is it, 132? So that's a long way to go to get there. And if it can't get there and it fails, then right, that's a huge distance. If we fail to get to that area, then this might be the blow off day. And it's one of those, look at this and then just put this in your brain for a second. Let me go back to the silver chart and tell me these commodities don't move pretty much the same way, right? With these just gap up and runs. So, I say before, I said again, I think is going to be the best short-term trading vehicle out there for a while, just like silver was one of the best short-term trading vehicles. Just don't get married to any direction, especially, and if you're holding overnight, this is one of those times that I would say either, you gotta have alerts that will wake your ass up out of bed, because this thing is going to gap down 10% or up 10% probably every day for the next couple weeks. So unless you're just trading it so small that those gaps don't care, it's just going to be, every night there's going to be some news event, either positive or negative, and it's just going to reverse this. Because all of the action for oil is happening over there, right? Where the time zone's different. It's the same with trading like Chinese stocks. If you're buying even big cap Chinese stocks like Baba and things like that, if you're buying those names and you're not expecting to have a couple percent gap every day, you're insane, because all of the action happens when our market is closed. And it's the same with this. There will be OPEC meetings and war talk and all of that, and most of that will happen overnight. So you're going to get this action. So again, if you're going to day trade it, I think great. I think there's a ton of money to be made because it's going to be super volatile. If you're going to swing trade it, just so insanely. Basically, swing trade it as if you're trading like a biotech company with phase 3 right around the corner.
We have issues out there, guys. Credit services really getting hit hard. Asset management really getting hit hard. I think this is really starting to show up more concern in the bank area, which I think is the real area to watch today, and it's getting hit hard. I'm watching a short potential on American Express right now, but there's a bunch of shorts that are available out there. I might take a shot here, short American Express, go small here, look for a bounce, and then look for a little bit of a bigger trade here to really start playing in. Definitely seeing the asset management, credit services really get hit hard again here. So starter on, we'll see what happens here and see if I can add in to the short that I'm seeing in the XLF. XLF was a short for me right out the gates, 50 pop down to 49.50 here and dropping fast.
And remember, these asset companies are leveraged software plays, right? The reason a lot of these guys got beat down is they have software exposure, and you have to kind of deal with that. So, just make sure you're keep an eye on the software trade, because if software rips from here, then these things are probably going to get more of a bounce. If software rolls over, these things could be pretty bad.
And your railroads really getting hit hard also tells me something to look out for, right? Even that kind of industrial trade is really falling off here. We'll see what happens on that. You can see it with like a UNP and different trades out there. So that industrial trade, the XLI, really starting to fall off here. It gapped down and actually fading a little bit here. XLF fading here, right? We've already known how health didn't get the bounce, right? The XLB is also really getting hit hard. The materials, because of the dollar strength, really affecting things. And then real estate also showing signs of concern. Cyclical showing the consumer concern. I was talking about a potential short on RCL. Look at this short. It was so pretty, man. I called it out to the key. This is when it's like, yeah, the robot should have taken this one for me, Michael. But I called it out to the key. I said, look for the bounce right back into the resistance around the 268 levels. Look for shorts to come back in. This was a flush right out the open, a bounce right to that 268, flush right back to the downside there, 260s. Royal Caribbean taking hit. UAL and DAL also on the radar for shorts. Look at the shorts there coming into the airlines. DAL, this is the consumer concern playing in, guys. Talked about a lot of shorts this morning. XRT, another short to look at, right? Said look for the retail names. Look for Macy's short. Macy's, I said look for the bounce into the 18. Short that 18, get it to the 15s, baby. You gave you guys how many trade ideas this morning that worked out? More than 3, I'll tell you that much. The playbook all in the green there on the short side of things. So all those bears out there, roar out there, baby, because you're winning the day. We'll see what happens there.
Going through winners, a lot of aerospace, XTIA.
Macy's. I should have been short Macy's, man. I want to short Macy's because I think Macy's is going to 0. But you guys probably already know I've said this before. I've shorted Macy's before from up here around the 20s down to the 15s. It looks like it's heading down big time.
Whatever this TURB continues to rip. I know this is one of these low float penny stock ones everyone loves.
Turd.
Huge.
Oh, no, the Turb. I'm sorry.
The Turb. And this is one of those, if you zoom out, right? This was shot up to $20 here for some reason, and then just bled the whole way back down. But getting a nice little push today. So this is something to watch.
It's holding well. It's holding well.
All right. So this feels like it's one of these that a lot of people may have taken shorts on and just didn't get any love at all. So it might be a little bit of a short-term kind of short squeeze going on
XLF
in some of these names.
Breaking the lows.
So take a look at
further downside in the XLF. Down the banks go, guys. Down the banks go. That's really the sign of concern now.
EX.
This is where I'm missing trades though today. A little frustrated on that end. Did get stopped out at Verizon there for about 150. Seeing American Express bounce a little bit here. Looking to short some American Express. Just did a smaller position here at the feel of the support. Looking for a bounce to 295s to reject. And then once it starts rejecting, coming back towards 294 is where I really want to hammer it. I'm just going to I'm like on a feeler right now. And then once it goes for the real flush, I want to go and actually bring in the size, right? So be in size that I can play. And then once, like even if this jumped to like 300 all of a sudden, I wouldn't be upset because the sizing that I'm in.
I've now have 7 trades on. They just keep kind of piling in here. Down $50 net, so nothing huge. Both sides, right? It's the bot's playing the volatility. I'm both long and short. More long than short, right? Because the market's selling and it's looking to buy the dip there. But SAIA, whatever this one is, looks interesting. CSNEX, like Super Nintendo. ENTG. From the short side, I'm short Dow Chemical. And whatever DNTH is. This one's just kind of a gap up that it shorted as well. But yeah, 7 positions on. Net down this $48 or so. But it's how these systems normally work. So they go through and you're looking to mean revert. So you're generally starting the day down money, and then you're hoping by the end of the day you have that mean reversion. Now, quick look here. So Bitcoin continues to actually do well. Popped off the open, didn't get the give back in the way we saw in the indices, which is weird, And same with IVG. So software sold off a little bit on the open. So far found a bottom and it looked like it's turning higher here. So it's, you know, really IWM is the one kind of getting killed, and that's going to be more your mom and pop shops, your banks and all of that. But relative strength out of software is not something that I've said in a while, but that's what we're seeing right now. So it is what it is. When you have software only down 0.5%, you have XLF down 2%. You know, are we rotating back? This is something we've talked about a lot. Is this a rotation back under the hood from the stuff that has been working all year back into tech? And if it is, we got to start looking at targets to try to figure out which we could grab. Because yeah, even the MAGS seems to be holding okay. So just going through here, but yeah, IVG holding up okay, and then we have silver down just a bit here and gold down just a bit. Well, oil not really moving too much, but you know, good relative strength out of crypto today, which again is something else I haven't said, but we talk about this all the time. We're crypto. If you overlay IGV and Bitcoin, the two charts, they're almost identical. So Bitcoin is just acting like any other software company. The being up 1% today is kind of misleading because it was down a bunch all weekend. So we'll go from there. Someone asked about March Madness. When are we placing the orders? I just checked actually because I thought I had to do it today, and I was kind of like this sheepish kid asking about my homework, and they said no, it's next week, next Monday we're putting it in. I'm like, am I supposed to be entering orders right now? Because I'm on stream. And they go, no, you do that next Monday. So next month we already picked. If you saw the stream, that was a lot of fun. We already did our pick, and we just enter the orders next Monday and kind of see what happens from there. So gives you guys a lot of notice. Let me actually just quickly look at XLV because I'm only entering the net. Oh, it's up today. That's unfortunate. It's holding up. Like it's almost like you want a week of just a mess for whatever it is that you pick. You don't want it to be up right now. You want it to be down right now, so that you can go through and kind of figure that out after the fact.
The crazy part is utilities won't hold on into this move. So normally you see energy hold on into this move, and that's not holding on. Even the XLU is not holding on. So it shows me more and more how wicked the rotation is and how off money managers must be.
Yeah.
So money
Well,
managers are scrambling right now to figure out what's the real trend here and where they should be
imagine
positioned.
managing $1 billion and you just finish rotating from software and AI stuff into like Pepsi and all of that, and then those things top out, and now it's this rotation so harsh that uh, you
What
know
do you
I
do? Do
think
you go back to Pepsi here? Because IGV is showing some real weakness right now. Are we seeing Coke come back? Coke
it's
is
up
showing
more.
some strength this morning.
IGV's up more than the market, and even on an opening range basis, right at its open, compared to MAGS, which is down a lot from the open and down on a percentage basis more. Right, IGV's only down 1%, IWM's down 2, SPY's down 2 or 1.25, and relative to their opening price, IGV is right there, and the SPY's getting rolled over. So I don't know. I just think it's one of our advantages is that we can rotate way faster than these guys can. And we got to kind of take advantage of that just by looking to see where that relative strength is. Q's
I
Q's
kind of like
actually
that
out.
Coke.
Yeah, Q's are outperforming a little bit here. Right? Are we seeing the rotation back into like Coke and Pepsi? Is this now a anti-AI play, or is this just a safe haven jump at this point?
I'll
Geez,
take a shot
XRT
here.
down.
Swing long on Coke. Swing long on Coke. Maybe I just need
Retail
some
down
Coca
3
Cola.
1/3. Yeah, Coca-Cola. Make sure you. I was about to say. I thought you were going to say I need some Coke. I'm like,
I'm swing long Coke. Swing
let's
long
not
Coke.
get flagged there by the algorithm. But 3.3% down in retail. So retail from all of the sectors I watch, retail is getting smoked harder than the rest of them. Bitcoin continuing its rise here, up 4.5% on the actual coin. How's RSP? That's a good point, Tack. RSP is underperforming. The RSP is down 1.65 and the Qs are just down 1. So again, just showing you that tech is the place that is being held up right now. RSP, the average large cap stock is just doing worse. XLK, which is our tech sector of the SPY, is down less than 1%. So but it's kind of a mess out there, right? As I'm going through, because I've got a more extensive list. When you see me look down here, that's what I'm going through, and it's a mess, right? The psychedelics, PSIL is up, so there we go. Maybe that's what people are doing to cope. Right? I'm just going through the sectors that are up. Why we got psychedelics, we got biotech, we've got DBC, which is commodity based. Ripping.
Even the drones are getting sold off. That's when you know that it's just like it's such a mixed noise type of market. Like no trades that make sense work right now. So that means stop trying to make sense.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. As I scroll through this, like there's 150 names on this list. It is just the most random stuff that's up. Like again, biotech, psychedelics up, and psychedelics usually
it's a chop
moves
market,
with weed.
man. It's a chop market because like look at the names they got hit the hardest. Last week we started to see electronic components like GLW, and you can see it on the daily chart. It's just like so this is going to show you like kind of the chop, right? This was one of the stocks that was the strongest on the upside just a week or two ago, and now fell last week, but then now ramping up this morning. Just goes to show you. I don't think anybody knows where this market's going right now. Everyone's playing the guessing game, and it's as big as I've ever seen it, right? Because I focus on rotation, and I can tell you there is no real rotation going on. It's like this tug of war battle.
And this is awesome. It's one of those things that it sucks, especially if you're someone holding indexes. It's unfortunate for you. But if you're a large money manager, that sucks too, right? Both of those things are not good.
Watch
if you
for
are an
Marvell
active trader,
recovery.
it's like we were talking about. It's time to really shrink that time horizon. It's time to be focusing on incredibly short terms as well, right? I'm not making really any long-term bets right now. In fact, I spent most of the weekend, and by me, I meant every now and then, my job is now to open up my laptop or my desktop like 4 times a day and make sure that Claude's working. And it was just, I'm just focusing on more and more short-term kind of buy the dip, sell the rip swing strategies just over and over and over again.
Can't
just
blame you on
because that's what's working. That's where I want to focus on.
All right, Marvell recovering, thinking about maybe taking a shot off the 85 or the 84 here. This stock is doing well with the AVGO recovery. This has a gap underneath it, and we all know sometimes they'll play near that gap and kind of fade off of it. That's around the 84s. So Marvell doesn't look too bad here. I'll show you guys a chart here as I'm seeing this come back. I'm thinking about maybe even taking a swing, right? If we're going to get tech all of a sudden to rally, this would be kind of the name that I think gets a lot of the love. Recent earnings now starting to come back, had a nice gap. Look at the reaction right now. Already seeing the strength come in.
Yeah, this is gonna be a mess. And we talk about sometimes
the chop. Now tech
sometimes
leading.
stocks are very, very correlated to the market. Sometimes they're like super, whatever your stock is doing, there's like an 80% chance the market's doing the same thing.
ASML going green.
It's not that time right now where your stock's going to be super correlated to the market. So this is definitely an individual game, right?
TER is what I'm trying to day trade right now.
Yeah, still at 7 day trades, flip to positive, now up a few bucks today, up $50 or so, give or take, on across 7 positions. Just this is the time in which these strategies that I've built, and these are the ones that I'm working on back testing the other ones so I can automate them. But these are the ones that I run in my personal account as well, and they're very much the point of them is very much this. It's very much to play this kind of crazy market in which some stuff's ripping and some stuff's tanking. because it complements my swing trading well. Swing trading is not a lot of fun for me right now. It hasn't been for a little bit, but the day trading has been doing great. And this is why we talk about uncorrelated strategies all of the time, right? These, these buy dips, sell rips, this stuff's been working. So I'm just going to continue to do it.
Seeing the financials take another hit there, added to the AXPG short, or the AXP. I tried to find like a leverage. I wanted to get short some more here. Definitely seeing some adding action there, trying to get short big here on American Express. Saw quick rejection there on the 296. 294 started to really get hit here. Now I'm looking to add and look for the real big breakdown. Wild action here. Let's see what happens, guys. A lot of chop, but I do see that downside come right back into the financials. New low on the financials. Basic materials, new low. Cyclicals, new low. You know what they say about new lows. You got to go. The cyclical area is just getting absolutely hammered. This is what I talked about before the open. Would these stocks get hit? I tried to give you guys different ones in there. I gave you guys a retail stock. I gave you guys also a leisure stock like RCL. I mixed it up, right? Like I didn't stick into one area because I thought that it would come for all these different areas. And you can see the disaster. Recreational down 5.2%. Apparel manufacturing 4.78. I talked about, what about a high flyer like Victoria's Secret, right? You can take a look at some of the names today. Gap getting hit hard. AEO just really getting hit hard in those areas out there. Even oil starting to take off,
and
right? That USO. If I held my position, we'd be killing it. But that little liquidity search there, remember that candle that I told you guys that was a huge wick? It recovered all the way back up. And look at the takeoff in oil. Boom, boom, boom.
And we have...
I want to add to my swing.
Less cure. I don't know who that guy is out there. Ready to use strategic oil reserve to stabilize market. So just someone reiterating, hey guys, calm down a bit. Market doesn't seem to care, right? So like we talked about, let's see what happens if we can get up to the highs here. If we get into that area, that's where things could get interesting, because you better believe there's a lot of shorts up in this kind of 132 to 130 area, right? That's where they kind of loaded the boat and said, okay, enough. If they start to get challenged, which is still a long way, that's 10%-ish up on oil. If they start to get challenged, that's where things could get interesting. Until then, let's just see if this was a bit of a flash in the pan. Again, I'm one of those things that it's like there will be lots of comments out there by big, powerful people about how they're going to bring oil prices down today. I don't really know if I want to fight that. But so far, the market doesn't care.
No, it's a matter of overnight action, man. Stuffing those traders, I think, more. Remember, you're not back to the highs, right? You're just squeezing out the early shorts, right? You're squeezing out the early shorts. The ones that came in even in like the 4 a.m. are starting to feel the pressure. I think you still put a little bit more pressure on them and maybe get back towards like 126, 127. Then you'll see more of that fading action. But you're already seeing volatility play in. So watch for the quick sweeps on the downside. Those are the ones that I'm looking to jump in right now. So we just got a quick sweep to the upside. Now I'm looking for quick sweeps to the downside back towards 121. But you're seeing that strength there. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Just got stopped out there in TER. So that was a really small stop out. Took my stop out of there. AXP looks like that could be a really nice short. I'm going to add into that short in a second here, trying to be real slow and then really get after it. Verizon, another one that I just got short, right? So just trying to continue holding on that Verizon short. I think this could be another one, but just holding in right now, guys. Trying to cash. I've already cashed a pretty good amount on USO, and that's continuing to hold there.
Yeah, going through, just watching this oil. It tried to do a little bit of a tick down and trying to dig in here. Across the board, we have IVG still holding up. We have small caps down now 2.5% on the IWM. So yeah, the fact that we've got software only down less than 1%, that's interesting. Tech is definitely the holdup, right? We just had hit intraday highs on tech before it reversed. Right, seeing Qs holding above yesterday's low, while we have IWM just bleeding. Probably, thinking about it, probably a lot of oil sensitive industries inside the IWM. That's probably a lot of what's going on. Going to be a lot more industrials, going to be a lot more that kind of thing.
Seeing some defensive starting to leak back towards the green, some industries. So maybe people starting to look for some value out there. I'm seeing Philip Morris, tobacco name, starting to get to the green. They're looking defensive when the tobacco starts to go. Tobacco's wacko, baby, but it's making money right now. We'll see what happens in Philip Morris. Looking at the penny stock DTCK. What's up out there, guys? You know it, WTD. We going after it. Team Aura. We're gonna be just pushing the boat forward, baby. Pushing the boat forward.
I don't like how well healthcare is doing right now. Right? I don't want it to do well now. I want it to do well next week. I'm worried that it's gonna do all of its hold up.
What do you mean doing well? It's down.
Yeah, but compare that to the spot. Right? Just use yesterday's low as a relative thing. It's down.
BTCK, guys, that one's going here. Let's see if that one can really get going. I liked it here. I just jumped in a penny stock here. We'll see if this one gets moving here. Willing to add in on the pullback here. This one looked a really nice little setup here. Almost a given setup, right? A rule of three with a nice little pullback there. Now it really shouldn't break $2. Looking for some continuation. Can we get a little bit of a gap up? A halter here. Already up 220 on the position, looking for a drive above this 259 for the halter, and there she goes. In the halt we go to the halting upside, baby. You're choosing the right coach, baby. Let's go.
Still
my penny
got
stock traders out there, baby.
One more position, MEOH. So now we're up to 8 on the go. Haven't really checked. But still around $50 or so on the day. Just 8 different positions on the go. Again, nothing, a lot of the same, such as this Dow that I'm short is working real well.
We're getting that disaster day, man. Gold and silver is just getting annihilated. Everything's just getting wrecked right now. Wrecked.
Is that Bitcoin? Is Bitcoin actually going to be a safe haven here? Is it actually going to do the thing that Bitcoin needs to do?
Everything's down over 0.5%, and some things down over 2% into the 3% zone. So
yeah, XRT, look at that, it's down 3.5%. That's what I'm saying with XLV. It's only down like 0.5%. It's not doing XBI, biotech.
It's usually the area where you go and you like search for some hidden growth or some hidden kind of dividend value name or something like that. Like when you look at like a Bristol Myers, right, or something like that. You see how it's kind of hanging in there. The reason why is that's just kind of like the standard when you get this uncertainty to play is to look at healthcare. But that's where it gets fishy because you're getting the defensive area, the communications area, even the value names, even like AT&T, even the dividend players like T-Mobile, Verizon, all taking downside action moves. So,
yeah, well, T-Mobile and Verizon have really latched themselves onto the whole space thing. And they're going to
but they've been getting a move. They've been getting a move because the people are looking for dividends. Like these are the easiest to get your dividend, right? Like we all know, no matter what happens in the world tomorrow, is AT&T going away? Is Verizon going away? Is T-Mobile going away? No matter what, they'll be around tomorrow, right? So I think that's where your safety trade was. USO just gave me an alert there. That means we've gotten a pullback in USO.
Yeah, and again, very important to zoom out, right? So when we talk about relative strength, easy thing is just compare it to yesterday's low or compare it to like the 5-day low. Because you take a look at the SPY, right? We're well below yesterday's low, obviously, and we're well below the 5-day low. So if you're looking for names that are strong from either a day trading standpoint, well, just find stuff above yesterday's low or find anything that's up today. If you're looking for relative strength from a swing trading point of view, we'll just look at like a 5-day low or a 10-day low or even a 20-day low. We're below that now too. And just say, okay, if you're above that, fine. So like XLV is, again, perfect example of some relative strength because it's above yesterday's low. And then you look at IWM, well below yesterday's low. So that's a good way to hunt. There's a lot of scanning tools that can do that, or you can just kind of eyeball it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Even, things like HIMS that are still up today and actually digging in pretty well. Right? Did that little
Undercut
bit
and
of a
rally, right?
flush. Could be, right? If it gets above
Yeah, no.
2250, might be an interesting one to take a look at.
It's not a bad one to keep your eyes open for.
Just find the things, right? IBIT continues to be great here, about to hit highs of the day here on Bitcoin. Here's the actual Bitcoin chart. We'll go into there. Yeah, about to hit new highs there on Bitcoin. IVG still holding the day's low so far. So software still holding. So there's going to be pockets of strength out there. And it's one of those, do you want to short a day that the market's gap down is down, well, IWM down 2.25%? Is that your time to hammer on the short? Or do you want to take the day, and this is what I talk about on all these down days. If you're a relative strength trader, your job is way easier right now than it's been in a long time. You just get to go through and say, okay, what's up today or what's above yesterday's low? Let's just, build lists of this stuff and then study. I talked about this when we had that big flush last week. I think it was this day right here. And we had, a 2-day bounce or so. I was selling into those things, right? And yes, TAC, you're not allowed to talk about MSTU around here because I'm still in MSTU. So we're not allowed to talk about it. It's looking great today, but we're not allowed to talk about it because it's still not outside the space. We can talk about MSTU again at 10. That's right. We get to 10, we can pat ourselves on the back. But until then, let's just let's keep our mouth shut. I'm actually the fact that it's not doing as well as Bitcoin is annoying to me. But it hasn't been for a while. That's why I own some of the actual. I own some Ethereum, ETH.
All right, trying to add here on DTCK. There we go. Just got a really nice ad there. Now it's starting to jump, looking for another jump into another halt. Let's see if we can get another halter in DTCK.
What happened to that CIIT thing? Trying.
Come on. Let me get one more push there into the threes.
Yeah, I see Bitcoin about to hit 5%. It's up to 69,000 again. Again, looking at the daily chart, it's really important here. It's golfing almost 2 days of action. If the market can ever chill out even a little bit, maybe we'll end up engulfing 3 days of action. And then if we get above this kind of 74,000, that's interesting. But yeah, 4.69% up here on the Bitcoin. A little rejection there at highs. Trying again. Scrolling through again. XBI holding well in the biotech space.
There we go. Let's go DTCK. Let's go for that breakout. Come on. There we go. 280s.
That's another great place to focus, right? The penny stocks don't care about what's going on in the world right now. So,
all right, trying to pay myself here in a second here, guys. Would love for it to start spiking into the threes, and then I can start paying myself here. There's a nice little spike there. All right, let's just let this ride. Let's see if it's going to go into the halt, because at this point, it's either going to go halt or it's going to pull back and get me out. So at this point, I'm looking for the halt. Just looking for a second halt. If I get second halt, I will try to sell at all cost out of the second halt. But at this point, I'm not going to let it come back on me. I positioned in. I have 4,000 shares down at 257. So I got more than enough, right? Stop trying to add, Mitch. Just let the position go and try to let it ride, right? So I'm going to even take the stop off so it can not even see me there. But if it starts to pull back, I'm going to put it right back on.
Yeah, I agree. The black mark on the market right now is finance. And pulling it's important when you're looking at finance right now, you pull out these private equity things and look at like what real finance core, what is it KBE, the bank index? That's probably a better one to look at as opposed to XLF right now, but it still doesn't look great, right? There's KBE.
Dude, it
You
all
know,
looks horrible, man. I
so
mean,
but this is the kind of chart where I'm going to start to look to buy. Right? I don't want to short in the hole, right? I want to be buying when everyone else is running around panic. So
but this
IAI,
is the
that's
thing. I
another way
don't
to
think
look at.
the interest is in the finance. Like, no one's talking about the destruction that's been in the credit services and the asset management. It's very slim. You have to go into like the bond guys. Those are the ones that are worried about the credit space. But I asked the credit expert. He said there's really not too much. There's some signs of some issues in private credit, but we'll see what
Well,
happens, right?
well, and that's what a lot of these private
There
credit
we
guys,
go. There we
these
go.
Ares Capital Managements, they're
Looking
in
good here,
these
guys.
sectors. So we just got to be able to focus on.
Let's go. Can we get to the Hulk? Can we get to the Hulk? Let's go. Can
Yeah,
we?
so I'd say focus on real finance. And yeah, we're all talking about it. That's the thing is you gotta separate what the media is going to talk about and what actual traders are going to talk about. Right? The media is going to talk about
Not
the
doing it, guys.
scariest thing for your grandma.
It's
You
not
know,
doing it. It's probably gonna cut me out here. I gave it the stop now. Now when it's coming to the danger zone, it's like either take the 290s or just get out here, right? So it's either gonna go straight to 3, I think, in a halt look, or it's gonna get me out stopped. But I'm okay with doing that because I like worked the position up to this spot, right? Right. So that's the idea here is get to a position size where I'm like, okay, the uncomfortability is starting to hit there, and you see how I grabbed my 260 bottom there, right? Like that's as low as it's gonna get, and probably it maybe doesn't even get back to my entry there, right? But it did grab it there, so I'm out of the position. Now it might hit 3 and get me out. You guys know how it goes. The tinfoil hat comes on real quickly, but that's how it goes, guys. You guys got to see one there of the market maker just stealing that low right there. 259 right off the exit, 259, right? So we'll see what happens there. Liquidity definitely got grabbed there, right back up.
So here's one from the swing side of things, right? I point some out when I see them. I really generally don't look at my swing account too much, but I do on Monday because we got a lot of trades. Whatever MBX is, right? This is the kind of mean reversion play that's been working out so well. MBX Bioscience got a little trigger there. And these are just, you're looking for something that's relatively strong. This thing's gone from 10 to $40. So obviously a very strong stock, and then is pulling back and just using a series of indicators and looking for ATR extensions. And then it hit that today, right? So, I just looked down at my account and I'm in at 29.16. So yeah, so somewhere in this area. Really low volume, so be careful. But for swing trading, I don't really care that much because I'm going to be holding it for a week. I'm going to be holding it till it's stop loss or Monday. So getting a couple names like this. The other one is whatever TX.
USO coming right back towards the 120 spot. We'll see if it uses that 120 spot as a support. All right, overall, energy now leading. Technology did go green, but it was such a slight move. And what I see leading doesn't make me feel too confident. We'll see what happens. Also, software definitely taking the hit on the downside. But there's some names that are holding on like App and Shop, but there's some that are taking, big beatings. And I think that that's what you're going to start to see now. The separation of some softwares going well, some softwares getting hit.
And MAGS, nice little bounce here, trying to get to highs of the day on MAGS. Was down way more, is only down less than 1% now. And
What's leading?
IWM,
Google, Nvidia,
there.
Microsoft, Amazon, right? So there you see it. Google with a nice little bounce. That's not a bad one to maybe think about. Google on the undercut under the 296. Can it get back above 300 today?
Well, this is what I want to talk about. When things are bad like that, right? You want to be looking to buy. Yeah. Okay. It might be time to take a short in oil. I'm just reading the Walter Bloomberg here. So Iran warns of $200 oil. We have JP Morgan out saying there'll be $150 oil, and Goldman Sachs came out today and said there'll be $175 oil.
I think
So
there
now,
might be $120 oil, but
well,
I don't think
we had
108
$120, right?
is the top.
So
Well, we didn't get. Well, it depends what
yeah, overnight
oil reader which read you're looking at.
crude oil futures, right? So it hit 120 overnight. 119. 119.48 was the high on light crude, the most liquid one.
120.
Okay, it was 5 cents
Thank
from
you,
120. There you go.
Michael.
But yeah,
Nah,
and make
I think
sure
we
I
get,
know.
I think we get that. That
Well,
120.
yeah, we got it, and so yeah, it's one of those. When you start to see these stories come out of this is how bad everything's going to be, it might be time. Yeah, we made that joke, Crow, too. You must have been a little late this morning. I haven't seen you. Hope everything's all right. But yeah, I said
He's really starting to get hit again, guys. Financials. That's where I'm seeing the downside potentially could come in a little bit further.
yeah. So XLK
Looking
tried
good.
to hit highs here, and then we have Bitcoin just hanging out. This is the most interesting chart to me. Just look at these lows. They look weird, for lack of a better term. It feels like the fact that this low right here was exactly this low right here. The market never does that unless there's some big guy in there just holding that level and saying, this is the level I'm buying at. This $39 even on IBIT. That's interesting to me, because we know it's not going to be like a sailor. But it's trading small caps with Kevin. It's probably a good day to trade these crazy dudes, because they don't care. They don't care about any of the stuff that's going on.
Yeah, I got got screwed on that DTCK. It's still held after that, guys. That thing just chopped me out right at the bottom there, but it's holding well. We'll see if that eventually goes through 3. Not a bad little penny name. Now getting AXP in the green. We're going to look for credit services to go lower. I was looking also at playing maybe Capital One, but that's already on the low. Can't jump into that. And I'm seeing the financials go down here. Just looks ugly out there, man. Like at least for me in swing, the only thing I could be doing is swing shorting things. Swing long right now, just I don't know, the way the market looks, it looks like we're going into a tough time.
Well, I showed you some of the swing longs I took, and I'm sure there's going to be more of those, because I'm not going to short a market that's down 2.5% in a single day. That to me would blow my face off every single time. So yeah, I've got those 2 swing shorts. I'll let you know if any come through. I'm watching them here. Again, just like anything, I got a little bot here.
Yeah, I'm just riding oil longs, essentially adding towards my swing in CRGY, which I wouldn't have mind cashing at, midnight last night, but I wasn't looking at it at midnight last night. That was up at $13, this CRGY. So we'll see what happens out there, guys. Coke holding in now. It broke the low. It went right to the low. It got me out at 760s. It's right back to 77. So Coke looking good out there, guys. As if you're looking into defensive, I'm starting to see defensive start to show a little bit of strength. That might be value search. Someone looking for safety out there. Tech might not be it. Tells me why, because I see solar leading in that area, and I don't trust solar one bit in this run. We'll see what happens out there. Healthcare now leading, now getting hit harder, a lot harder on the downside there. Utilities starting to come back a little bit there, but overall, it's just a pounding in a lot of the other sectors. We need something to come driving back up, because I don't see much. Even if the big boys are starting to bounce a little bit, look how quickly that short-lived in Microsoft right now. I mean, this doesn't look good. It's one of those days where, like, yeah, we'll see what happens at the end of the day, but definitely the action right now at the gates is just ugly. It's like turn your computer off if you're a bull. But hey, we'll see what happens.
Really? We're down 1%.
I'm talking
right?
sectors. I'm talking
Yeah,
sectors, man, and I think sectors matter more than the overall market here because
maybe.
they're leading. Like if you look at the actions in the sectors, it's really bad. And I focus on rotation, so that's where I'm going to be, right? Because I think the industries make up sectors, which sectors make up the market, right? And so in this sense, it's sectors that are leading and industries that are leading down. It's not the overall market that's leading down, right? And even though, I mean, we're actually starting to really fall from the highs, right? Like there was one thing last week when we were at 680s, we're down to 664, lows today of 662. That's a 5% correction from the top.
Well,
So
and
we're starting to actually get into more correction territory.
so I guess what I'm looking at here is that this was the low overnight on the Qs. And this is where we are right now. We're butting right up against the high. And then same with the RSP, same with the SPY. You know, we were down a lot overnight. And yeah, we're a little bit off the highs today, but across that. But you're right. There's some sectors like financials that are getting killed, but then there's others like, you know, we have silver and biotechs are doing fine. And then even IVG. Right? IVG was way down at 84 overnight. Now we're at 87. So some good hold there as well. Just a quick bit of news that came out. French finance minister says he hopes G7 statement on top of release of emergency oil stockpiles will be made coming in the next hour. So pay attention to that if you're an oil trader. You know, then maybe that's what's causing a lot of the volatility, right?
Yep.
We're definitely causing a
And
lot of volatility.
and I wonder how the global markets are reacting right now. I think we're seeing a little bit of some red really come in. And
Oh,
this is
well,
normal.
overnight they were huge, right? But you can take a look at the ETFs, right? If you want to
Yeah.
know
The
what
ETF,
is it,
just look at the emerging markets or
X,
the
yeah, you
euro.
can do EM, right? So this is EDM was down really bad overnight, recovered that.
Yeah.
ACWX is my favorite. That's the OXY X. So it's essentially the rest of the world minus the US. And same kind of thing, was down really bad overnight, and now it's holding up near the high of the day. Hasn't really done anything. And that's the main kind of takeaway I want to give is the SPY hasn't done anything today. As long as you're comparing it to the overnight action, if you're only looking at what happens today, then you're looking at the number, you're looking at the gap down. If you're focusing on what happened overnight when we were down at 657, and now we're up near 665, we're up 10 points off the lows. And is it going to be one of those days where they do a lot of this kind of sell off and chop to get everyone all worked up and go from there? For me, I'm just watching these lows. As long as we're above these lows, I'm like, okay, well, whoever came in bought overnight, because it's not retail, right? Retail didn't wake up at 3 a.m. and started to buy the futures up all night long. That's institutional money that came in to buy us up all night long. As long as they're happy, I'm happy, you know? And that's just a good low to lean off of. And we talk about this all the time. When the market gets insane, you want to create very binary decision making. You know, you want to kind of focus on what is the thing that I can do to make things easier for me. So as long as we're above this low, I'm going to just take all the buy signals that the bot comes and tells me to take today. And then for the swing trades, again, I just still have these 8 positions on, and we're up what $100 or so today on the 25K account. And then so whatever's happening here is happening to a larger extent on my personal account. So
USO hanging in there, guys. We'll see if we get another lift in oil. Looks like oil's trying to hang in here.
yeah,
See,
so whatever happens, so that came out like right, you know, I said that news the second I saw it there, and he scrapes it right from Bloomberg. So that's why I like Walter Bloomberg is a pretty good resource for that. So that's just going to be about like that's going to come out in an hour or so. And
this is
so,
the trading the oil. You're in a headline risk game, and it's very difficult to play.
yep.
It's headline driven. It's very binary. It's very if the situations get worse, oil goes higher. If situations get better, it goes down. So it's very just flip a coin, like
Well,
right?
and it's what number are they going to say? Because you know they're going to release some from their oil reserve, just like the U.S. did. But
Yeah,
it's the
but
market
my
has a
biggest
number in its head,
I
right?
think the strategic reserves help, but remember how these work, right? once you put them out, you need to refill them. And then you also put them out and you can't do it again, right? Like you can't just continue to release strategic reserves. So it has to be very timely. Normally, only countries do this at the very like brink of panic, right? And so that's why you're seeing the reserves start to come out. That's why you saw actually Japan lead in this conversation. They're the ones that pushed the US to release the reserves because Japan said, we talked about this. No one wants to do it. We're just going to do it now.
Well, yeah, and Japan imports like 100. It's why South Korea is getting smacked right now. Is I think South Korea imports 100% of it. I don't think they do any oil and gas mining at all.
Everything
They
comes in.
import everything.
Right.
The U.S. is a net exporter. So, you know, the U.S., if for whatever reason he just said, screw it, we're not selling to the world now, we're just creating a bubble, the U.S. could create enough oil to deal with itself. And I think the current reserves are 2 years of oil production, and they released 25% of that. So they got another 75 to go. But the same thing is, again, we talk about the poor Goldman Sachs interns all the time. Right now, they're locked in a basement, and they're saying, what number do they think they're going to release for at what percentage? If it's more than that, oil's going to take a dive. If it's less than that, oil's going to rip. And, you know, like you're talking about headline risk, no one knows until they say the number, right? And until then, it's kind of like an earnings report. If it comes out better than people expect, the thing's going to rip. And if it comes out worse, and until then, you're just kind of, you're holding and looking at it and hoping and praying.
Yeah, another thing that weighs in here is there some kind of boat that gets attacked in the strait? There's still that at risk, right? You start getting tanker ships attacked, like really attacked, and one goes down, well, then this whole changes really quickly. That 150 could come into play, right? That whole outlook could come into play with just one attack on a tanker. So more headline risk, right? To me, I think this has too much headline risk all over it. That's why I also stayed away with the silver trade, right? These are going to be some of the toughest trades in your lifetime to tackle in the right direction. Does it mean that you don't trade them? No, you can trade anything you want, guys. You can trade, you know, if Jesus is coming back on Kalshi. So, you know, you can trade whatever you want, right?
There's a current bet. What is it, Jesus or GTA 6?
Yeah, GTA 6 is definitely not going to win that battle. It's all about Jesus, baby. It's coming back, and Jesus is going to come take the market. But we'll see what happens out there, guys. That's just the way the market works, guys. So understand that we're in chop land. We never go in one direction. We leaked out significantly out the gates. But that's why I was asking. When are we going to run into that real leak day? That real downside day? Is today that day? Not really seeing that either, because the overall market's not doing it, right? Even though their sectors are still getting driven down, the SPY's now back to almost the highs. So it just goes to show you how wicked the rotation is right now with the overall market, and how certain areas just find really quick pockets of weakness and strength. Whichever you may be looking. Software. Well, then all of a sudden it goes pocket weakness, right? And then all of a sudden it gets hit. But then now it's all of a sudden back to pocket of strength. The choppy markets continue, selling the rips, buying the dips, and mean reversion continues to win today.
Yeah, and that's the ticket, right? That's what you got to do, and it's very hard for a lot of people, and it's why like momentum and breakout trading I think is so popular. Not because it's got a good win rate. We talk about all the time that it doesn't, right? Its win rate's actually quite awful, but it just feels better to kind of go with the herd. The herd is buying things are going up, I'm going to go with them. That kind of like helps the feelings quite a bit. And yeah, when the opposite is happening and everything is tanking and everything on the news is bad and you got to sit there and you got to pull the trigger, you know, that's hard. And, you know, but it is what it is. And that's why I use systems to do it, because they just say buy this thing and I just do it. I don't really look at the rest of them. And that's kind of the best way you can think about it, is take a look at those. Now, one thing I wanted to point out on the Qs real quick is just look at all the bottoming tails we've had down here in the 595 area. right? 1, 2, 3. So far, it's always been like a pretty dramatic turning point. And then look at today's candle. Yeah, gap down. We sold under that area, and now the candle is green, and we're looking sort of above the open, and we're looking to challenge highs there. So very much what I like Mitch said there was the close matters. I don't think
Yeah.
any of this matters. This is
Yeah.
one of those very, I don't know, people got mad. I made a whole video and a blog post about the whole saying about amateurs open the market, professionals close it. And I think they were slighted because they like to open the market. And that's not what I was. One of those, they read the headline and got
That's
mad.
what
But
happened. That's what happens, Michael. You gotta be
they do
careful.
it.
You're gonna piss people off there on
Oh,
Twitter.
I like doing that.
They don't hear the value. You
I like
troll.
doing that.
You're trolling them.
I always
And the
half of
worst
my
part
tweets
is,
are snarked out tweets.
you know, the ones that get the most triggered are the ones that are actually doing it, right? So
Yeah.
it's just
And
how
that
it
was
works.
yeah, so well basically what the video is about, so you guys don't need to watch it, is just not that professionals don't trade the open. Professional traders, of course, do, because that's where the volatility is. Your large institution, they're not just hitting the buy button off the open because they can't. They're buying throughout the day. They're using algorithms throughout the day. So what will happen is they'll be masked in the open volatility because everything's going crazy. So they're allowed to slip in their orders completely unnoticed. But then at the end of the day, when liquidity and volume dries up, that's what creates these kind of end of day trends, is because that's their algorithm just at work, either buying or selling all day long. So if we just hit a buy algorithm today, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but if it does, and geez, man, if we close green today, it just goes to show there's just institutional demand at these levels, and they're just waiting and just kind of buying and going from there. But yeah, and what Shah's saying, I'm actually working on an opening range break strategy right now. That's, I think, a very common one. I think it's a great way to play this volatility, and I think it's one of those things that always has to work. The same way that turtle trading and breakout trading always has to work. Not it's going to work on every trade, not that it's going to work on every week or month, but over time, buying things that are moving higher has to work. It's just because if a stock's going to go to, if it's a 10, it's going to go to 12. At some point, it's got to get past 11. So right, buying things on the way up eventually will always work. Same with like opening range breakout strategies. But in this market, just look at it. Like, how hard would it be over the last like week to trade an opening range breakout strategy when, right? So this is what the first
Yeah,
5-minute candle.
I think it's a strategy that's a little bit too overdone. So it's one of those strategies I think that's lost its edge. But hey, to each his own.
Not according to the back test I'm working on right now.
Hey, we'll
It's
see what happens.
it's all about the situation around it. Just like buying every breakout, buying every like 20-day
Yeah,
high
if you bought every
isn't going to
breakout,
work.
not gonna work, right?
Right? If you
It's
took
stock selection. It's stock selection with
Right.
the. So I think what it matters more, right? It's the criteria that you're picking these names, right?
Yeah.
Because that's why I tell you guys also about the kind of the undercut and rally strategy, right? It's about the criteria that you're using to select your watch list. That's why it's so important to have criteria, right?
Ripping.
Have something that you base of how you find your plays in the first place, right?
Well, and it doesn't have to be hard. You know, like relative volume over 2 is one of my favorite indicators for intraday trading.
Something,
It's just
right? Just
it's
have
just
something
saying,
there.
yeah, it's relative volume just being at this point today versus at this point on average, the thing's doing way more volume than normal, and that's it. You know, you know if it's doing way more volume than normal, then there's some reason behind it. There's some news or some catalyst. Someone cares about it. And yeah, so the entry criteria, people spend way too much time focusing on the entry criteria. Pretty much any entry criteria can work.
Yeah.
Like Mitch was saying, if it's on the right stocks. Why I love the SMB Capital, the whole you're only as good as the stocks you trade saying, is because if you take every opening range breakout, you're going to get killed. If you take every turtle trade, which is, buying an X period high, 10, 20, 30 period, whatever it is, you're going to get killed. But if you focus those on like things in the move, like stuff like Smoke Tuna trades, he's always coming in. He's talking about this turb that we were talking about all day, right?
This turd.
This an opening range breakout is probably going to do great, and well, it did today, right? If you bought the high of this 5-minute candle at what 460 and it's at $6, it's great. But if you're doing that on every stock, if you back test doing that on every stock, you're screwed. On a stock that has a more of an opportunity to trend, you can be way more liberal about your entry because it's trending, right? You can move. Yeah, and Crow's talking about hymns as well, right? That's continuing to, right? Not rocketing, but it is holding up after that opening kind of rip. I've got an alert set for right here.
Yeah, I don't know about that hymns, man. That stock struggles, dude. That stock has struggle all over it. I think if they get a pop, they got a good catalyst lift, and if you didn't take your gift, you're not going to be happy about it. That's just what I think, guys. I remember I was the one calling it short from 35s and above. So
Q's new
I
high
just
of the
think
day.
this one
Nice
is.
out here.
I still remember when I called it short on Trader TV in November, and everyone was like, "What? Hims is gonna die?" And they were so mad at me.
Yeah, IVG, nice little breakout here too. It's only down 0.5% now, so we're moving. Mags, new high a day.
I mean,
SPY, new high day.
it's
Q's
the
new high
chop,
day.
guys. You have to trade the chop.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
also would sell the rip too, right? I'm not staying in those names either. That's the thing, though. Like, it's not just, oh, now I buy IDV and I stay in it for the rest of the year. No, I don't think that's the trade this year. I don't think we're going to see many sectors be that type of sector. Energy's been that sector, but even that can turn, right? And I think you got to continue to just play the chop. Think chop. Don't think trend. Think chop.
yeah. Well, and right, best way to look at the Qs. Look at the Qs over the last. Not only you could zoom out here and say remember guys, we've gone nowhere since like September.
It's just
but you could also
down,
just
up, down,
zoom
up,
in,
down, up, down, up,
like,
down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
and just
Right?
look at this chart.
And
We've gone nowhere. This is beginning of February, and it's just straight, like there's nothing. No, no more than like 2-3 days up in a row. So, but if we turn positive, I think we get one of those days. XLK turn positive. We get one of those days that everyone goes, oh crap, I shorted into the hole again. I sold out of fear again. What is wrong with me? When will I ever figure this out? You buy easy dips. And I'm looking at Walter Bloomberg, and there's nothing. He's not talking about. Oh wait, something just came out here. IEA directors, conditions in global oil market have deteriorated in recent days, creating significant growing risks. Currently hold over 1.2 billion barrels in emergency public oil stocks. IEA members hold a further 600 million barrels in industry stocks under government obligation. So they're just, I think there's someone out, I don't know who the IEA director is, but they're out there yapping about oil. So just be careful. What is oil doing? Let's take a look. Selling a bit. Nothing dramatic, but down from that kind of rip we had earlier in the day. So things are reverting. I'm looking in, my swings are looking nice. The day trades are doing okay, so I'm happy today. I'm not mad at the price action at all. Looking at RMLD. That's another classic, right? He's talking about red to green, right? That's another classic entry condition you can look at. I know a lot of people trade that.
there's
Stocks
USO coming back.
yeah,
USO looks good
stocks
here.
kept down. So yeah, I don't know if this IEA director is the person that's going to talk about, but they're talking about oil right now. So
It's just a back and forth day, guys. So expect more of that chop, right? And then the fun part is like, so what else can lift, right? Healthcare is trying. It's trying. Can't get going, but it's trying.
I don't want it to. I want healthcare.
Yeah, tell them take the gap down.
Into the floor, and then on Monday I want healthcare to bottom. That's the thing. Like I'm looking at some of these names because I made a little watch list here. Oscar's only down 1%. I hope that got killed. Lily. Yeah, Lily's up 0.5% today. I don't want that. I don't want Lily to be doing well. I want
Yeah.
Lily to be doing awful.
Are we gonna get
UNH.
a tech and energy led day? You don't see that one happen often.
Well, IBIT. Yeah, look at IBIT now, almost up 2% on the day.
Yeah, I was looking at the Bitcoin opportunity. It just doesn't seem to me like I feel like it's just too much danger. Like,
Long
there's
term,
just too much danger out there, dude, for me to be just like throwing money out there right now. That's just the way that I feel. I feel like sometimes it's about waiting for things to at least calm down and then you can load the boat. But for right now, things have still played a super choppy mess.
well, what I like about, so this is the Ethereum chart. This is one of the one that I've been buying more than Bitcoin, and it just makes the trade easy. I'm buying it here. I'm leaning against that kind of ultimate low. We get a weekly close below that low. I'll exit and look to get back in later. These are the trades that I like. Just simple low bases. I don't need to think about it. I've got my line in the sand. I'm accumulating in there. Oh man, Lily, come on, Lily.
It's down big, right?
No, it's up
Uh,
nearly 1% today. Like,
oh,
come on.
no, no.
I want you to tank. I want tank from now until Monday, please. And even like UNH holding up okay. Yeah.
AbbVie.
What else did I take? I don't even remember. I gotta go back and look.
Oh,
Look at my
you
Claude
know what's
chat.
going to destroy you, right? You know what's going to destroy
Oscar,
you.
it's not down
Yep.
that much.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the one.
It's down
That's
what
the one.
1.3%. It's down the
That's
same as the
That's
IWM.
either gonna make you or break you, my friend. Just hope that it's not back at 9 by the time you actually have to take it.
Yeah, because I took the leveraged. So yeah,
Yeah,
I hope
you will be.
that's why I'm cheering on a healthcare collapse. Let's get a
Don't
healthcare
worry, I'm
collapse
with you.
today,
Don't worry.
and then a
So when you start
reversal.
winning, I'll start winning in NVAX. You see how that's going up today, right? I'm like, no, 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 stop, wait. This was a
Where is
perfect setup, but I don't want it to go right now. NVAX is one that I'm thinking about swinging
it's
also.
also GEHC. That
But
was my GHC. That was one. That's coming back too. Come on, guys, stay down.
stay
Z
down.
ZTS.
Got stopped out of there at AXP, still in Verizon short, but not thinking about taking too many trades at this point. USO was like a good trade early on, but now at this point, there's just not much, guys. It's 10:53. We're soon going to wrap up here, guys. We'll see what happens there. But of course, before we get out of here, not to mention the market madness, guys. Are you signed up already, guys? Don't miss out. Of course, we had our live draft night tip off is next week, March 16th. And you guys can be voting, competing, and winning big. So don't miss out, guys. A lot of prizes, and you could just pick a coach. That's the best part, right? Maybe you're just picking a coach, and then you're selecting myself, Michael Noss, or maybe it's Jane, maybe it's Kevin out there, guys. Select a winner and win yourself, or you can build your own team. So take a look into the action, guys. Like always, you guys can continue on with us in different ways, and there's also a way to build your ultimate team with teams from the chat here. So you guys can maybe just have some friends, build it up, right? Hey, who knows? If you guys have an ultimate team and you guys are missing one member, reach out to me. I'll be your fifth. I'll help you out. I'll find another way to get into the account. You know, I might be Joe Schmo, but let me know. I'm ready for the ultimate team. I'm ready to see you guys create an ultimate team that beats one of us, right? One of our coaches. Meet
Well, and
the
that's the
coaches, of
thing is
course.
you gotta grab right your
Build your
stocks
team
or your coast.
or your coach, right? So the
Two
fun
two
part is
ways to
just two
win.
ways to play, right? If you just want to make it simple, you don't want to be worrying about this, you want to be trading, well, pick a coach, have some fun with the comp. Now, if
That's
you want
right.
to be really digging deep and jumping like, hands on into the competition, we have something for you also so that you can show us how good of a stock trader you could be, right? Portfolio style trading right here. for, of course, Trade the Pool, guys. We'll see what happens. Meet the coaches. Of course, some of us flexing more than others. Some of us looking like we're part of the NBA in the 60s.
And some of us
But
just
we'll
done
see.
dirty by AI. Just, I'm calling HR about that.
I
That's
think that was definitely not Claude, man. That was definitely a Chat GPT thing, and I
yeah.
know you don't
That
like it.
was what, Perplexity? Is that the dumbest one of the lot right now?
We'll see what happens out there, guys. Stay safe in this market. But hey, supercharge, guys. Build that ultimate team and pick a coach. Pick a coach. Let me know in the chat. Who are you picking already? Did you guys already make a pick? Let me know.
Yeah, so just to kind of wrap up the market, again, I don't think anything that happens until the close matters, but you can see how little they were able to dip it compared to the overnight low. And again, this I think is your anchor point. Anything that happens above the overnight low, great. You know, we can hold that up. And then if we start to dip into that area, that's when you go, okay, the people who bought in through here were now wrong, and maybe they're going to get out of their position. And then watch if we go green. It's, you know, sentiment follows price. Everyone's like super scared and bummed out right now. If the price closes green, you'll hear everyone talk about how great everything is and sunshine and mittens. So
And rainbows, baby.
right, so
Butterflies and rainbows.
there was broad consensus at GM Finance Ministry call today to not release oil reserves just yet. It's just about timing. More analysis is needed. Final decision whether or not to release oil reserves likely to be taken by G7 leaders, G7 industry ministers to hold telecom conference on Tuesday. So yeah, they're not doing it at all. That's interesting. Oil not really reacting on that, but feels like
it
it
moved.
should.
It moved. It did a little spike to try to get some buyers really quickly, and then a quick dip through that low. Now trying to recover. At least I'm looking at USO. You guys can be watching the crude month. So I'm just focused on the USO here. See if we get a lift back above the 121 spot. That's where I think you get the drive to come right back into oil here. I'm positioned in. So let's see if I can make some more money. Remember, I made a really nice opener trade on USO. I'm going back in it, rinsing and repeating, selling the rip, buying the dip.
Oscar's going green. This is just we're gonna get my luck. We're gonna get a ripper of a week on healthcare this week, and then it'll just fall apart after next week. It's just gonna be the way it goes.
That's the way it goes, my friend. That's trading for you, right? There you go. Nice little lift off there, guys. I'm fully positioned in USO, and I will hold this rally, guys. I did add on the swing side of things. I'm looking to maybe add some other oil stocks here. A name that I was looking at that keeps taking off. I'm a little upset. I should have had this from last week, guys, was Oxy. I got cut out at 53. I said it best, guys. Play with Warren, get the position under Warren, and you would probably be smiling in the end. Now it's at 56, looking for a nice breakout, and this looks like it has a long way to climb too. So I was looking at names that hadn't been at 52-week high, right? Or multiple years underneath, like in a downtrend. This was a stock that was downtrend for 4 years, just recently got really going. When you think about this, this really only got going in February 19th and has only made a run of 12% here. Even right now at 56, at 53, it was only a run of 6 or 7%. That told me that it had room to get going, essentially, right? Because it hadn't run. Leaders to laggard. When you get leaders to continue, the lag and the dip pool can get bigger. We'll see what happens.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for us today, guys. We'll bring you guys over to the scanner side of things and keep battling in the markets today, of course. Just wait 1 second. We don't have the scanners up. We'll get the scanners up in just a second here. But about to hop out of here. And any other wrap for you, Michael?
No, just I like Tax said it best, right? Swing traders turn into day traders. I think that kind of wraps up the whole market right now. It's just keep it tight. A lot of craziness going on there. Don't get deer in the headlights because there's a lot of money to be made as well. And just, you know, have a game plan, stick to it, trade small, cool heads, all that kind of stuff, right? Don't get panicked in either direction. So
All right, guys. About to get you out of here, guys. I'll let you go ahead and hop, my friend. Get
all
on
right,
out of here, and I'll see you back tomorrow, my friend. Take care.
later, bud.
All right, let me swing it over to my screen here, and we'll get you guys over to the scanners in just 1 second here. We should have it up any moment here. There you go, transition it over. Let me pull off Michael's scene there. Michael likes to leave, and this thing doesn't like to replace him. We'll see what happens out here, guys. Looking at USO to see if that can end up getting another lift here, or will it break down here? Just keeping an eye on it here. Let's see if we get a recovery today in oil stocks. Of course, also Verizon, another play that's starting to bounce there that might get me out of this trade here. So at this point, just looking to see what happens with the hourly trends, right? Hourly trends, I think, are very important to play right now. We'll see what happens with these. We'll keep watching to see what happens on those hourly trends. Financials could be going lower here, and that could throw a wrench in the recent bounce. We'll see what happens on that action. Now it's time to get you over to the scanners. Take care of things, and we'll see you guys later today. Power Hour with Steve. Don't miss it. I'll see you guys 3 p.m.
There's the mute button. Hello, everybody. I am Steve. I am here with Trade the Pool. It is Power Hour, and what a power hour it is. What a day so far, guys. SPY absolutely ripping after puking overnight on Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, all the way overnight there. Just absolutely washing out. Washing out to where? The key 200 moving average sitting at, I believe it was 662 this morning. 662 this morning. We are going to be talking more about the setup, but I am in two trades right now that we are watching like a hawk. Silver, absolute ripper today. Holy moly. What a move in the last hour here. Shot up through the bull pivot that we tested in the morning. I will show you that in detail in just a second. I'm watching this flag formation off this 9 moving average down to one runner. I have my swings that I added this morning in the Discord. It was a little red on the first, added when we started to catch. That was, when was it? It was when SPY formed this nice double bottom. This nice higher low double bottom right here. Saw the surge stick, waited for just a 1 minute tap back. Didn't quite get it, but I saw it wicking up, so I got filled right around 76.38 or so. And absolute powerhouse sesh till, or from then till now, and still going beautiful. So I'm looking for the gap to 78.30 is my target for a squeeze today. Let me navigate to my other browser here. Just make sure that's right. So yeah, we are in that trade watching like a hawk. And just checking on my premiums real quick here, making sure they're not doing anything funny. So I love to use optionstrat.com, free resource there. They have a really nice little program where you can put in your your options contract, and you can get a really nice kind of feel for how it's going to move based on intraday factors like theta. If you're a 0DT, very, very useful to know. So I'm just double checking about what my contract should be worth at my price. I'm going to put the take profit $5 under there. And all right, so we have effectively managed that trade. As long as it doesn't lose this swing low, we're still in it. Nice pop here. And SPY trying its best to hold the line. I am short SPY from about 670.95, just a hair under 671. 671.50 to 671 is a major level for me. This is my weekly trigger. So I think we're in the process of reclaiming this. I do think that we could sell off pretty steeply the first test or the second test here. So we did surge above it this morning before correcting back down, carving out a low and kind of doing this. I think this is poor structure. So that's why I shorted this flag here. I was also seeing precious metals start to pick up. In general, they have this weird relationship right now where it seems that if SPY moves down sharply, silver and gold are going to go with it, at first at least. They're going to stabilize as they get accumulated on the way down. And so you have that factor. But then when SPY is just surging, silver and gold seem to be pushing too, just less severely or less intensely than tech, for example. So I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around what that means for my precious metal trades short term, but I've been using it as a kind of pseudo VIX in the same way that I've been using oil recently to kind of look for spikes in those to potentially lead to some downturns in the indices. All right, let's get into these comments. Anybody here? Steve, talk. Good to see you, brother. USD dropped. Good. I don't know if it's good, but it's good for tech positions at least. VXX is scraping its way back on up here, so I want to see if SPY is going to follow. I'm watching my silver trade here, seeing if it can keep surfing these moving averages. I was sweating bullets this whole way up. But hey, you know what? Sometimes you're just nervous because it's working too well. So until this rule breaks, it's still holding. Might break here. So we're going to watch here. Yeah, watching silver as well. Yeah, I added to my swing position. I can't hold this because it's a weekly. So I guess I could. But I plan on buying any dip in the morning on silver as well and continuing this push out up and out through this little tight couple day base that we built. So I'll show you that in just a second here. Actually, we can. The thing is, I want to keep gold up because it gives me a good counter reference point to silver. They don't move exactly together, but in general, of course they do. So you can kind of see, maybe if both are moving up, you'll see silver go down a little bit first as gold takes the lead, then gold pulls back a little bit as silver surges, and they kind of ratchet each other up. So watching silver here, see if it's going to stop me out of the trade. I will let it sweep under here. I need it to hold here, and I need it to close over this low. Don't want to be too scared playing with a runner. And we also have our SPY short hedge. So, there is that as well. The last thing we want to see is SPY squeeze up again and metals give back their whole little rally here. I don't think that's what we'll see, though. I don't think that's what we'll see, but probably some mixed tape here. I probably should have sold on that surge right to the 78 proper, but I wanted the gap fill. It's up here at 78.30. It's a little greedy after this crazy move. So probably going to stop out here in just a second. We'll see. There's my alert going off. We are testing through for now, but we have 43 seconds in the candle. Well, there's two ways you could look at it. A really aggressive bear push early in the candle could just be the start of a big candle down. Might be what we're seeing. You could also say they still have 30 seconds to try to save it at the moving average. So waiting and seeing if this trend is over or not. And if it is, hey, no harm, no foul. We hop out. We had a nice trade, and we can collect ourselves for the next move. Probably down to an hourly trigger, which right now is going to be sitting at roughly probably a little under 67 or 77. All right, we got the bottom wick. Let's see if this candle can print. 4 seconds left. Oh, it's really testing it. Really testing it. All right. So these are new additions for you. I'm still in my GEV. That one's holding like a champ. Light, I'm sad I missed it. I even saw it pre-market up. I was like, man, that looks really strong. I bet it's going to have a great day. I didn't get involved. Hopefully they give me one more chance. MU, I was noting the relative weakness compared to SanDisk this morning. I haven't looked into it too closely. I wanted to do that a little more before I pulled the trigger. Maybe you're dead on and it's just in the buy zone taking its time, and dull is okay. So we will see. Silver, this is why we wait for that candle close and follow through. So the candle closed right over this 21, held nicely with the wick. This candle followed through right here. Now we are testing a reclaim of this 9. So the trade is still on. SPY, on the other hand, looking like that was just a short entry to me. A little pop up after breaking this swing low into this 9-minute moving average. If you did take this short, you would be let's see, managing the position either on a close over this wick, which would be a W bottom with a likely chance to test this high again, or you would be closing, obviously, on a close over the high if you're giving it a little more room. Totally your call. Definitely be sizing small on days like this and with volatility like this. It can really whipsaw you if you try to take normal size positions, and you might get so just turned around that your idea was right, but you weren't expecting the volatility against you to be so severe. So what ended up being just a little pullback into support in the moment felt like the bottom falling out of your stock, and thinking that your idea is wrong, you're oversized, got to get out, got to book the loss, that kind of thing. I saw that with a few people this morning on SPY calls. They bought some SPY calls out of the gate. Those got hammered pretty good, but they ended up recovering if you had the stones to hold. But that's, then we're gambling. So you know what? We always got to look for these pivot points where we can manage risk into, even if things are extended, especially if things are extended, like the silver up here, which is why I'm watching like a hawk. And I know that my good luck will run out eventually here. This is quite a move. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting this tomorrow on a breakout after another pullback to load up more volume, but this is absolutely surging, and we like it. So SPY, a stronger candle close, and I'd like right up flush into the 50 moving average. I'll show you that real quick. The white is the 200, so even more important. Oh, I'm lying to you twice. 200 is the purple on this chart. So 200, see how it caught that 200 and formed a nice double bottom off there, potentially. Now it's coming back into these moving averages, so it could hold this. I thought that it was going to break down. So we'll see what happens. If this is a W base, it can keep squeezing, and you can look at this like a cup and handle. The more I look at it, the more I'm starting to probably see that, to be honest. So bull case, you work your way up to about there. You sweep this high. Oops. Maybe come back a little bit and then start searching for up here. That would be the bull case. Bear case, whoops, is that we lose this little swing low that we're forming. You can see it's this area that we kind of based into before we squeezed. So if we lose this, okay, we did just tag the W here. I get stopped out of this one. And I got to respect my stops on anything that could squeeze like this. But, you know, the downside of that is that if you do catch one of these nice moves, we caught this little move here, then, you know, really does make up for a few stops here and there. That is strong. That is strong. Meanwhile, silver still basing nice and constructively. It's a little worried. Sometimes when you take your eyes off it, all hell breaks loose. But usually I find set your levels, set your alerts, and don't have to watch every single candle unless you're way extended like this and you're like, I gotta get out eventually here. All right, still pushing on up. Does not look done yet. And I will take a moment to bring up some daily charts to give you some frames of reference on these swing trades that I'm talking about. All right, Talk, you are popping out so much alpha here. I will work through this and start to address it because I want to. It's good stuff to talk about. Time for Qigong. Okay. I like it. Getting Zen mode. That was from 4 hours ago, I see. Okay, there are the new ones starting. Yeah, Nutrien. Which one is Nutrien? NTR? I'm in that one. I don't even know that. I'm in that from 74. Let's look at that daily chart. Nutrien, yes, from 74. So I got in on the retest of this 9-day moving average as well as, what was it? It was this base top here. So we had a nice ascending triangle forming first off. Real clean, real clean. Saw the breakout, missed the breakout, waited for it to come back down to my 9-day moving average. Stop was under this one here, this last red before we squeezed up and made a higher low. Well, this came in after I got in. So stop was here, 71, did not get violated, pushed on up, out, secured the tick high. So it should be on its way on up. What I could see it doing is do another kind of thing that it did right here. So it surged up, came down, made an equal high. Then it might come back again and kind of chop its way up and then squeeze. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. This is a longer term trade for me. This is, I did, oh, nice, got a new high on silver there. I did close a decent amount of my oil today. I closed half of my Exxon and Schlumberger shares, as well as I trimmed, or I just sold the rest of my PBR. What were they? July 20 calls. So that was my leverage for if oil jumped 20% overnight. I probably could have picked a better one. Brazil's having a little trouble right now, but you know what? Absolutely still a banger. Booked 220% on the last ones of those. Silver pushing highs here. I want to hang out. I want to keep trusting the play if the play is working. And I'm just watching these premiums in the spread. The bid and ask is actually getting tighter. That's something you can watch too if you are an options trader. You can watch for basically as liquidity comes into your contract, those bids and asks will often get tighter. You know, if it's a big surge, it can blow it out and then it gets tighter. And then you can just keep on waiting, watching the contract chart as well. So if you see a big high volume sell, especially as you're pushing up into a resistance level, that's a great sign to get out and wait for confirmation of further moves. So that's that level to level trading using options data to guide you. So we got the new tick. I wanted to see more of an explosion. I think what we're doing is building up a really strong pattern here, though. I think that this is a nice megaphone flag. These expanding patterns, they break out a little less often than a tighter pennant. So a tighter pennant is going to be like this, right? So it's getting tighter. This is a megaphone where it's actually getting wider. So the volatility is expanding. You'll often see these in these situations like we have in a negative gamma environment where the moves to the upside and the downside are going to be overshot. They're going to be over kind of juiced. So kind of makes sense for me. Still keeping an eye on SPY. So still just hanging out. It tried to break the W pattern. It's consolidating at moving averages. To me, it looks a little weak if this candle in 10 seconds doesn't close a little bit stronger. This is okay, but not great. That's a little better. That's a little better. And the idea here is, okay, we're wicking back into the moving averages after kind of securing the next step to potentially go higher by sweeping the middle of the W in the top left chart here. So assuming we can hold these 2 wicks on the 1 minute, this should be valid for a push higher. That being said, high time frame, I'm just still a little bit spooked. I think we had quite a move today, and I have trouble trusting bear market rallies until they really prove themselves. So I like the kind of play in the precious metals because, hey, if things really continue to get spicy and there's a big, continued sustained geopolitical risk, these guys have been basing for a few months, and it would kind of make sense if they catch a bid again, even if maybe SPY and tech still has trouble for a few more weeks. So I'm not sure. I'm about 50-50 on whether the bottom's in. I think probably gun to my head, bottom probably was last night. A flush out into the 200 day, which got bought up overnight and then had a strong rally the next day. Pretty decent in terms of how a bottom might look on the first day there. So not too shabby. So I like that our heads are in the same place with silver and Nutrien still in the GEV with you as well. You dropped PayPal and Target. I want to take a look at those charts because I was watching PayPal. Looked very strong, and then I took my eye off it. And okay, a little bit of a fail here. This could be a potential short as well, but again, I think it's more of a nothing trade. So I nothing this chart. I think probably it's the bottom for a while, but I don't know that. And probably come down somewhere here. Oh, excuse me. And then go higher, but I don't know that. So it's a nothing trade for me. Something trades are more like the silver. I'll show you the daily chart on silver and gold real quick in the bottom center here. And you can see why this is more my speed, getting real tight. And look at that. It is just about to start to break out of this pennant that it's built. I don't know if it can on the first try. It's a very aggressive pennant. It'll either be a very strong move or it needs a little bit more time. Okay, this might be my sell trigger. Whoa, okay, SPY is absolutely ripping here. That's going to be... That probably took my stop. Unfortunate. But you know what? Crazy move. Let me check. I didn't hear the sound. So I'm still in. The premium's holding okay. I got to respect the top wick if it blows out the top. But that swept liquidity and is fading for now. We're going to watch this candle very closely. Meanwhile, silver pushed back and now is surging higher. Which one is going to win, the precious metals or the SPY? We will find out here. We have 45 minutes left, 43 minutes left. VIX is dropping. SPY looking like it's going to sweep out here and tag me out of that short trade. That's okay. Our silver, thankfully, more than making up for it today. Also, I got distracted. Our longer term hedges have been just down to just one runner there. And I want to, that's why I bought this put essentially, because I wanted to reload something 2 weeks out. So this is still looking okay. I don't want to get dragged if we just squeeze out the top. But I want to give it just a few shakes of the lamb's tail here. And I should really be looking for news. I'm a little burnt out. Silver out the top here. Beautiful there. We will get filled on our sell in this window right here if we get it. So that's our target. Nothing too crazy. It probably keeps going, but that's why we got the shares. Oh, I forgot. I did also get some weekly 80 calls. So I'll hold one of those. VXX, and look at that. That's why we wait for the candle close over the top. Right back on down. Now, if you think that you're bullish, this could be the time to take a spot and it could carve out a higher low. You would just put your stop right under there. Why am I giving you two sides of a play? Well, there's two sides to every trade, and I'm wrong a little less than half the time. So always look at if this, then this. But if not, maybe me being wrong could be the impetus for a trade in the other direction if it breaks my idea. So never be too sure of yourself. Oh my gosh. So see, that was a little pullback to a probable long, but again, we got to see where the candle closes. That was very strong though. So I'm assuming some news hit the tape. Oh my goodness gracious. That's my stop. Well, the good news is I still have the silver long because ouch. That was a big candle. Premiums did hold relatively well, so I didn't lose as much as I thought, about 20% on that. Woo, and still going. That's why we stop. All right. So any second now, I should be getting filled on. There it goes. There's the ding for that. All right. So got filled on my silver out of that trade. I'm going to update and let my Discord folks know. Holy moly. Okay. Okay, so why did I sell silver here? Well, despite me thinking it's going to keep going, I think that it'll give me some spot at some point to get in. And if it's a strong uptrend, oh my goodness gracious. Guess I should have held a little bit because it might be just straight up squeezing here. But you know what? It was into the gap here. Wow, SPY. That's crazy. Woo. 674.65. That's incredible. We got to go to a daily chart to get our bearings because we are basically healing this whole downside move, guys, all in one day. Incredible. Incredible. What do we got? What do we got? So we dip in. This was the gap that we were watching. I wish we transacted it in cash session because I would have bought. We almost got down there. It's a little imbalance right there. So big surge up into the neckline. We're watching yesterday's high here, 675.96. 675.96 is the level to sweep, I do believe. Let me double check. 676.10, 676.10. So about 75 cents away. If we do keep squeezing here, that is the next level of interest. After that, we could squeeze on up to the 680. Probably not today, but this is an incredible move here. And I'm sure there's news, so I got to find that for y'all. Usually I got my Thinkorswim Squawk Box, but it's a little too heavy on my computer with everything else that's going on with the stream. So I'm sure good old Walter Bloomberg has something to say about that candle. Let's find out. So silver overshot our target by 20 cents. Now coming right back to our target. It might go higher. Definitely will at some point. I'm looking to get involved and add to the swing trade that I've had on for quite a while now on silver. Trump said the U.S. is very far ahead of his initial 4 to 5 week estimated timeframe on Iran. CBS reporter on X citing an interview. Okay. Trump says, I think the Iran war is very complete, pretty much. Okay. U.S. crude oil futures settle at 94.77 per barrel. That's up $4. So they gave back a lot of those gains. So wow, silver making a new high again. SPY looking like it isn't done either. Incredible moves there. Incredible moves. Glad we caught it. Kind of wish I held one runner. Kind of wish I managed it a little better, but you know what? We're going to zoom in just for a second and look at this trade, see if I messed anything up too bad. I think the biggest thing is that I should have shot for a little bit higher based on the size of this flag. The measured move would be 1.6 or 2 of that. So let's see. And that was probably roughly my target, so I don't feel too bad. But let's take a closer look. Let's try again. So from the bottom here, oh, I always draw it wrong on this one. From the top to the bottom. I'm struggling, guys. Meanwhile, it's going higher. There we go. This top to that bottom. It's 200%. Yeah, 78.45. We are seeing the top wick there. All right, so the measured move there. Doesn't mean the move's done, but it means this pattern completed. Now it can rebase and try again. So far, though, looks like our sell pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Okay. Moving on. Nice trade there. Yeah, let's talk about where I sold and if I could have done it any better. Going to a 5-minute for this. So setup was I was watching this big old base, multi-day base. See, just cooking this level right here. I wasn't sure what was going to happen in this grind up. I thought it looked really strong, but often these grind ups like this with these big candles in a small range, just grinding up moving averages, clearly showing accumulation. Often they can need to kind of wash out. I bet it's to the midpoint of this range, but I also see that it's to this low volume node, roughly the bottom of the high volume node, as well as this tiny little breakout level, this 1 minute fair value gap or 5 minute fair value gap that we needed to kind of retransact. So in essence, what this pullback was doing was retesting this basing structure here. See the top of this kind of bigger box. So real nice reload there, absolutely surging through a multi-day pattern now up into the gap fill. It did fulfill the gap fill, currently sitting just a few 10 cents over the gap fill, so showing extra strength that fast. How did I take the trade? So in the morning, I saw the strength. I jumped in really quick after open because I just saw this, this setup already looked good to me. And I bought time, basically saying, hey, we might just rip just like this. I was wrong. I'll look back over the chart a little closer later. I think I misread it on this read just in general. Kind of sleepy in the morning. But then we came down, held the higher low. And then on the break through these moving average ribbons on the 1 minute chart, after posting a nice washout here, but holding pre-market lows. So I like the velocity here while holding a range and then starting to get bought up. So we came down, was watching, came up, came down here. And then when we broke through there, I was like, okay, that looks like a 1-2 double bottom. See, this is the one. Comes up to moving averages, comes down, and then finds the bid. And it was explosive. It was very strong. So I just market bought in again here. If I was patient, I could have waited and got the retest of that exact same level. So often patience is a virtue. Always patience is a virtue. But sometimes you just got to send it. Anyways, grinding on up. This was stressful because it was not exploding. Every single time it tried to explode, it failed. Then the washout here. But these are big accumulation. And all day I was seeing bigger buy candles than sell candles for the most part, especially when it washed out down here, which was VWAP. So higher low, double bottom off VWAP with a bunch of green accumulation. And that was what I was looking at right in there. That was my signal to add once more on this candle right here, I believe. That was my last add. So then I had 3. First one I sold on the break of the high of day, the morning's high. So not exactly on the break. So the idea here is that, okay, we are going to sweep this and then we will correct at least a little bit to retest it. And we could reject completely. So I don't want to sell it the second we get here because I'm assuming that it surges through it. So I want to wait for the second a seller steps in after this that's notable. So this seller just held the candle above the close of the previous really strong one through the level. So I held up to this one and then this one started to come down and I probably sold right there about 77.30, about 20 seconds into that candle because I saw it coming down pretty quick. And I was like, all right, hit the target. I need to trim anyway. I'd rather get out up here and capture that nice premium. All right, we are seeing the little silver roll just a little bit, still holding moving averages. So we'll keep watching that. Okay, so out one there, then rebasing and also starting to get ready for stream here and just absolute surge. And then I just looked at this surge candle and I said, good golly, I got to stream in 10 minutes. I don't know what's going to happen, but I got to take another there, right? So I took one right on this surge candle, came down somewhere in these 3 minutes, right around this neckline. Because I think the first time it came down, that's when I put my sell order in, my limit order. Yeah, and then it triggered on this one here. All right, so that was my second sell. Right there. Then I was watching these moving averages with you guys. We got the big surge into that final level for us and filled. So actually, in retrospect, very happy with this. Very happy. Meanwhile, SPY, oh my goodness, it's still pushing higher. Every moment I look away. So now we are at 676.80. We did sweep the previous day high and we surged through that. I'll mark that out for you. Incredible. Nobody tell me how much the 0DT or DT calls that I didn't buy moved. Next target for silver, by the way, we're going to be negotiating the 79 to 80 shelf for a little bit. Once we can get through that, 81 probably going to get popped up into and then retested pretty quick. You see this, I'll zoom in. You see that big kind of hole there? That's a very low volume node. And see how we kind of surged up into that one? Well, we have another one up here. At the next dollar point higher. I think we tag in here and reach for up here. Clean this up. So I don't think it's going to just do a straight shot and fill this bigger gap up here. I do think it's on its way. But I'd love to get another entry off these moving averages again at about 77 before the push up. That's the plan on silver daily. All right, finally a red candle on SPY. Literally the first red candle in about 10 minutes. I guess that technically counts. Pretty significant, pretty significant. All right, another big move on gold there as well to 472.50. Pretty impressive stuff. All right, yeah, Trump's hitting the buy button, baby. What's up, bird dog? Talks in leveraged hymns. Holy moly. Death God's short USO. Yeah, we got to watch oil today, right? Got to pull that up. I sold a lot of my oil today. I also sold a lot of my oil on Friday when it surged up that day. So I don't know. Maybe in retrospect, I'll be like, oh, nailed this trade. For now, I think oil can still go higher, but it's all based on geopolitics. And clearly Trump cares about the market's reaction. So I think we get some taco action here after the market. Trump is speaking about half an hour or an hour and a half after the close, just in time for him to pump those futures overnight. We'll see. I don't know. I'm being a little facetious. We'll see what he says, but I would imagine it's going to be dovish and focused on how the hard part is over with Iran. Whether or not it's true, we will see. Moving on through. Light up $77 now. Whoa. So I'm assuming it got included, right? That's what's going on there. Massive. It's up $20 in the past 10 minutes. Congratulations, all holders. Silver and SPY eating up that red candle. They're not done. We're still in squeeze mode. Squeeze city. You love to see it. All right. So what comes next? What comes next? That's the question that I'm thinking about here. So on SPY, we're kind of in no man's land for today. Kind of in the middle of this newly formed range. Literally exactly in the middle of this newly formed range. I'll go full screen for you there. So that's our new range that we're trading in, playing in until we decide, until we break out. Testing that exact range, I could draw it to the high. That might be a little smarter, but I like to do it from the kind of first impulse or most recent impulse move. So this failed breakout, this kind of pivot. So in general, yeah, we got a little bit of ways to go if we do draw it like that. I like drawing it like this, and that makes us testing it just about right now. So tomorrow, I would like to see small pullback overnight. Here's the thing. Trump's going to speak. It's going to mess up whatever I say, probably. So, big grain of sand here. Grain of salt. It's a grain of sand. It's not an expression. Nobody wants a grain of sand. I'm sorry. What was I talking about? What are we doing here on SPY? So we're entertaining the possibility of a surge between this equilibrium. Surge over this equilibrium that would bring us up to this next fib, as well as this falling 9-day EMA. That's our next target to the upside there at 681.27 or so. 681.50, let's call it. So that's the kind of going to be the next place to reach up to. I would like to see a small pullback and then a push higher. I basically am looking for price action to tighten up. That's the idea. I get nervous when we make a new low and then post a really bullish candle, because what did we do here? We made a big new low, then posted a really bullish candle up into these moving averages. So really, I can't make a decision about whether we're bullish until we get way the heck up over here, 685 to 681.50, and kind of see what we do in that range and how we interact with these. I would assume that we come back up for these. We don't have to. We're kind of coming back into the bottom of this shelf. Sure seems like we're reclaiming it to me, but you know what? At the end of the day, this is a dead cat bounce until proven otherwise. We're exactly 50% through, and that's where dead cat bounces often find sellers. So we could overshoot in here. This would be the optimal sell zone. So when we have the optimal sell zone of a range, and we have the moving averages clustered right in that optimal sell zone, we might end up getting a pretty aggressive sell. I'm not saying be too bearish, but just, hey, if stuff doesn't resolve fast in Iran, if there is another, headwind that we catch, another bad headline, maybe a bad jobs report, I don't know. There's some things to think about. So I'll be looking for things as we push up here for potential catalysts that could cause us to pop through this or reject. But in general, the playbook is dead cat bounce till proven otherwise. But as I was telling people, I have to be buying in the morning. I have to be buying something, when it's down this much. I don't think it's necessary. In the morning, I said, I don't think the low's in, but it could be, right? Bottomed off the 200 day. Was looking a little little less robust pre-market before the absolute powerhouse of an afternoon that we've had here. But you know what? I think, wow, those are some hefty candles, huh? It sure seems like that's real. We'll see how it holds, though. All right. Silver being very kind, coming back under my sell, giving me no FOMO. USO, great fade there. By the way, talk absolutely plummeting. Glad that we are all out of our oil. I'm going to double check, just make sure I let everybody know in my server that I'm out of oil because, hey. All right. I have done my due diligence. So oil absolutely getting beat down here to 100. We will take a look, see what it does. Light, on the other hand, surging, just absolutely powerhouse in here. And light, I believe, is breaking out of a downtrend here. So this was the type of setup that I was mentioning. I'm kicking myself that I didn't catch this because it fits the criteria perfect. It was in the basket that I was looking for. And essentially, it had its roughly 25% pullback from highs. Let's see how much it actually was. Wow, 33. Never mind. So it overshot. So I think that's probably why I was a little scared. I was hoping for that 20 to 25% pullback. That's nice and tidy for a high and tight flag, and then it can push on higher. This looks incredibly strong, though. I would love it if it came back and gave me a higher low to buy tomorrow off of 600, 580, somewhere in that zone. I don't know if it will, though. This could be very strong, and it could need to surge up here and then come down and give a buy opportunity maybe right about the same level it's at now. Very, very strong. So let's look at some of those other names in the basket, see if there's any that I could tag on into. MU, there it goes, breaking out now. Woo. Very strong, very strong. Nice push, right back to 390. SanDisk, I believe, was the strongest of these names. Yeah, the oil trade's been insane, and I figure it's time to exit gracefully, you know? I think we'll get another buy opportunity. I don't think oil has made its high for the decade. Maybe for the year, though. We'll see. Maybe just for the month. Either way, good time to step out. So SanDisk, another really strong one over this neckline here. I think I need to pull back to a daily. Okay, SanDisk couldn't quite get to its 50-day moving average before bouncing very strongly. You can see it right at its pivot here. So I think what we're seeing is a larger flag playing out. We talked about this a couple streams ago, stream or two ago, about how we had two dueling flags. That looks good. See all those levels that it caught there? I like that level. And then this one as well, we're reversed. So this seems to be the downtrend line. And obviously it matches with the uptrend line. So that seems to be a valid flag here for me so far. And then it was dueling with this bear flag, which did win short term. Did win short term, but got its measured move. Excuse me. Measured move from the top of the pattern, dragged to the, sorry, I always do it backwards. I'm going to get this right. There we go. So we draw that range, and oh, it didn't get the measured move. So it couldn't even get to the 127 there, where these measured moves often will reverse and catch. So just another sign of strength there. I think it's a strong chart. I think that it keeps going higher, and I would love a higher low now. 550-ish there on MU. Something like that. I just don't like these lower lows, and it makes me think maybe we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one more correction down. Ooh, that's cool. Never done that. Yo, guys, right click in Trader Evolution and it'll measure the price, the days, the bars, your profit. That's so cool. Awesome. I learn something new every day. So MU, a few other ones we should talk about, but I just wanted to check back in with SPY. All right, we got all the way, wow, to 679.90. So 680 all the way. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Larry, good to see you, man. What else? Him's up 88%. Jeez. Jeez Louise. All right, USO getting a little bit of a relief bounce off the 100 level. We will see how that plays out. Meanwhile, silver coming on back down to our base. And this is kind of what we like to see. We wanted to see a top out right over our level. Perfect. Perfect, because if we top ticked, it means that we were flying too close to the sun. Nice little bottoming action on USO here, potentially. It's way too early to say, but a nice 1 minute candle. Let's put it like that. And you can see how you can use these to trade the indices as well. So I'll put this to a 1 minute chart. And you can see this inflection point here at, for me, 1239. 1239, that was the exact point where when SPY topped and oil bottomed. Potentially bottomed, we shall see. Potentially topped, we shall see. But to me, this looks like a crazy algorithmic buy up, and now the program's off. It lost this algorithm, so we'll tape read this close. Show you guys. Look at that. So see how that is just about the algorithmic program. It's this 9 minute. As long as they're buying off of this, the play goes on. Then it gets overbought at a major level. There's a big seller overhead. We'll draw that out. Big daddy seller there. Head bonk. Then we come back down and we lose this. So now the game is, do we hold this 21? Do we hold that 21? Remember with silver, I'm gonna pull that up real quick. It tested the 21 here and caught and then surged once higher. That's often what will happen. So we'll see if we get that on SPY or if it rejects the 21 and we start a flush. But to me, this looks like very poor structure intraday. You can even see, this is cool. They literally had like a little channel algorithm going here. Where was it? Yeah, the tightest 1 minute channel. Perfect there. Bear flag broke down, retested that 9 minute moving average. That was your short entry probably. If you did want to take this short, what you could also look for is a pop up into a 1 minute fair value gap. So right now there's one up here. We'll repurpose this zone up here. So this would be the area you would be looking for a lower high for a double top. You would get filled in there, probably on just a quick pop. So you'd have to have a limit order set there somewhere 78.30 to 78.85, something like that. So that would be the area if you did want to short, but that's, not waiting for confirmation. If you did this, you got to put your hard stop or at least a very tight manual stop with it on the second the candle closes over this high day, because you saw what could happen. You could just squeeze like crazy when you're trying to play in against these these bear market rallies, or these negative gamma rallies is really what we should say. We don't know if we're in a bear market yet. All we know is that we're in negative gamma, and that means that the pumps are going to be crazy and the sell-offs from those pumps are going to be crazy too. So let's see if these bulls can keep holding the line here. We're going to add a few more names to the mix. Okay, SPY, we're keeping the 1 minute on the left. We're going to take a look at VIX as well, and oil as well. I see my charts are linked. All right, we're going back to the grid. Silver very strong off its 50 minute. So see, when one algorithm turns off, it checks the next one. If the next one holds, then it can keep going and reclaim the other algorithms. And then that one starts firing until they turn it off. like the relative strength on silver. I just don't want it to run away from me here. Oil still trying, keeping an eye on that. And remember, 5 minutes until the mock, guys. So get ready to settle up on your trades. Settle up, settle up, settle up. Been a good day for me, even though I missed the big trade of the day. Missed the big trade of the day on the long. Did not catch that, but I caught it. Caught the silver long perfectly, just about perfectly. Caught what I added. I'm assuming Ethereum's up. I added that a while ago, pretty early in the day, near the bottom. Yeah, okay, it's pushing nicely. I think I added like 15, 20 on Ethereum FA. So we got that ad, we got our silver ads, we got, did I make any other buys today? I'll have to check. I feel like I'm missing one. But in general, had to put some cash to work on a big down day into this with a buyer showing up at that 200 day. It could be the bottom. And I'll be feeling silly if I didn't nibble anything, or better or worse yet, if I sold anything. The only thing I sold today are my oil positions. Down to runners there. Great trade. But you know what? It's getting a little scary. It's getting a little ridiculous, this oil trade, you know? Like, enough's enough. Come on, guys. Let's solve some problems. You know, let's open some straits. Let's figure some stuff out. Because I don't want to pay $8 billion a gallon in California. Thank you. All right, SPY hanging out. We've got the pinch, the 1 minute pinch. So we talked about the algorithm of this 21 minute holding, held to the penny so far. Now you can see once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, 5 times, showing that this level is still in play, still a seller over it. To me, they seem not like a very strong seller, but hey, I'm never as smart as my moving averages, so we'll keep watching for candle closes above or below them. Silver, a nice little back test into this little pop. If you think it's going to squeeze overnight, you could get in here. I think probably better to wait till tomorrow. But hey, you know what? China could be buying those metals overnight. You never know. And that's why I keep the swing on and monetize the shorter term stuff. Then if we get a dip, I'm psyched. I can add. If I'm leveraged and we get a dip, well, then I have to manage risk. And that's a lot less fun than selling as it goes up and then reloading as it goes down, feeling good about when it goes down instead of freaked out. So we did talk about the potential for a short when it popped into here. I don't like it anymore. And that the reason why is it's consolidated very healthily in these moving averages. It didn't like knife and bounce really quick and then put a top wick. So this looks constructive enough that I would not short this, but hey, we will watch and it might end up playing out. If you do shorten this box, your stop's on the high of day. Your target is VWAP, which reasonably probably 675. Don't get too greedy on this. That's still a $3 move. So we shall see if this 1 minute fair value gap pop up does indeed act as a short entry, or if this is a proper base, these moving averages continue to hold and the trend stays intact to the very end of the day. We do have mock candles coming in just a few minutes, and we had a really big green day on SPY. So it'll be very cool, very interesting to see what institutions do. Are they buying up here? Are they selling stuff that they bought this morning? Or, you know, I was going to say Friday. Well, that's going to be red. That would have been red if they're selling that stuff. Talk saying US alt might halt down. It does have the potential to if Trump tacos hard. Mike, what's up, brother? How you doing? Good to see you as always. We're big chilling today. We caught the silver move. That one just, oh man, that made my week. You know what trade's really good when you get a little bit, you're like, are my palms sweaty? My knees weak, arms spaghetti? Am I getting nervous after doing this for 7 years? That must have moved fast on me, you know? I was saying silver targets 78 to 78.30. I said it could hit it intraday, and then it did, and I was like, holy moly, by God. Sometimes they really explode. But hey, you know what? When something's moving too fast like this, I just sell a little bit, and that makes me feel a lot better. And then it keeps going higher, and I don't even think about the thing that I sold that's lower, or that I sold for lower. I just think that sell allowed me to hold. The second sell in silver, the second box up here, allowed me to hold for the last push up here. And since I had already gotten 2 tranches off, I didn't feel like I had to get every last cent out of the trade. I said, hey, it's going to hit my target and it can overshoot if it wants, but I'm going to sell or I'm going to sell. And that ended up being, this box right here, 78.30 on the gap fill. So this looks like a higher low. It looks like it's going to try to just push straight off, but always trappy into the end of the day here. Mock candle just printed. First move down on SPY, but holding the moving averages. Let's see where this candle closes. Trying to decode what the heck 350 Steve means. 350 what? Oh, the time. Thank you, mock candles. It's like 350 what? I'm going back looking for targets. Like, what are you trading? 350 target for USO? Good golly. Please, no. Anything but that. All right, so mock candle. We have 3 seconds left. Looking like it's going to print this first candle red and under moving averages. Let's see if we get follow through and these algorithms turn off like I would expect, or if in the next 5 minutes we get some wackiness as some of those sells get paired off and we buy back up. Let's find out. We can look for some clues. Let's look for some clues in VIX as well as oil we're watching. First move pushing on down, expanding lower. Did get a little bit of a top wick into that moving average. So we'll see if the buyer that tried to reclaim has more juice here at the pivot. He's trying to juice it. Let's see. Meanwhile, VXX printing a few top wicks, but sideways tape there. USO pushing down could give SPY the room to catch. Let's see. Hey, Lance, good to see you, man. I know you were watching APLD all day. You made some money there, right? Nice trade. I remember when I looked at it, it looked overbought. And then sounds like you waited, stuck in the pocket there, hung out and caught your trade. You're welcome to, if you got levels for me, we can go over your trade if you want. Very nice. So let me pull it full screen real quick. Meanwhile, silver does not look done here. SPY still rejecting that 9 minute. SPY looking weaker than silver, in my opinion. So APLD, we talked about it into 26, high of day. Lance is in my Discord server. You're welcome to come on in and join us and join the discussion. Lots of good conversations going on there. This was a really nice level. So look, again, I always love to do this on a 5-minute chart or any chart, but you find a level where there's a seller, right? These top wicks. And then you go, okay, well, we found a seller. We came downward. We find buyers off these moving averages. Nice. Then it starts to make this higher low here. So it's like an ascending triangle. That's a good look. So there we got our pattern. On the break, you can just say, hey, man, it just didn't give you a moving average. So I would have missed this probably, to be honest, unless I got in right there. And this top wick might have scared me a little bit. But really nice trade there. You get the surge. Where do you take profit? I would just do, 26.50 had high volume. So a lot of people had the same idea as me, just 50 cents up, then $1 up, a lot more volume. And that seems to be where we're mixing the tape up there, finding a seller there. So I think that's pretty straightforward there. Anything else I want to talk about on this chart? Nice catch of the 50. So that's, again, when a chart gets overbought too fast in the morning, but it wants to resolve up, what it'll do is usually mid-afternoon to late afternoon before power hour, it'll drift back. It'll post some kind of weak sauce bearish pattern. Oh, it's a higher low. Oh, it broke this range. Oh, it's the end of the world. What it usually is doing is retesting the morning surge up or retesting where it broke out from. And in this case, it was both. So you see that really nice retest there. And often when they go for these retests, they will catch right at this 50-minute moving average on a day. Well, this is actually the 50 on a 5-minute. So was that going to be a 200 roughly? Yes. See this purple line? If you bought the reclaim of this, you were cooking. So, surge through this rising 200-minute, very bullish. Back test, you could get filled right there and just mamma mia off to the races. Whew. Real nice surge there. We're getting some good moves intraday. Meanwhile, SPY with 6 minutes left, it is getting real tight here between the 9 and the 21 on this 1-minute chart. We have a pennant. We are not seeing significant sellers unless they step in pretty darn soon here. We did have a small mock sell, but I like that we have the mock sell, which makes sense after a big green day that started at the lows. And then we could have a nice buyable dip in the morning and potentially keep this party rocking. And if not, well then, if we see some real volatility return to the market, some real rough candles, well then we can look for some pullbacks, some dead cat bounces to get short again. So either way, we're going to have some really good setups. I love when the market is just expanding and giving us great opportunities to get in long term to shares and great opportunity to scalp, especially to the downside. I love putting my bear suit on every once in a while. I think this resolves a little bit down here if it can't close a candle high in 30 seconds. I'm just seeing the weakness into this 30-second mark, the halfway through. Bulls are still holding it relatively well, though. But we'll see where that closes. I figure, like I said, a little pullback wouldn't hurt nobody. It's just so hard to predict with Trump on the mic, with MC Trump. Oh man, I just thought of like Trump like emceeing a wedding, like DJing a wedding. Just so much YMCA. Sorry. Back on track. VIX still looking weak. SPY looking strong to me. Trump speaking, he could taco hard. If he tacos hard, oil goes down. If oil goes down, everything goes up. What happens to silver and gold? I'm actually not sure. I hope it goes up, but we'll see. Yeah, Goldman up 40 points today. Beautiful. Talks out here scalping while I'm low energy here. If energy runs, then so will useful metals. Not the charts, in your opinion, it's the sentiment. Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I just use the charts as like that's my like go-to. I guess what's the word? There's a word for it. Proxy, kind of like it's my easy way of at a glance just saying like what like that kind of is my sentiment. You know, like if a chart looks like shit, then sentiment's not great. You know, I know it's more complex than that, but colloquially, how do you say that word? Jeez. All right. I got a forced liquidation warning. What am I in? Some 0DT that I forgot about that went green. That's SLV 77 call. Sick. Awesome. All right. Yeah, it's been a good day. I forgot about that one. That little runner. We are getting curl ups here off moving averages after that pinch. Let's see where we end up. All right, guys, 3 minutes here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a fun day. I think that we are in for brighter skies ahead. Whether there's another sell or two on the way, well, we'll just navigate that on the way. Just be sure to come on in to the morning streams with Mitch and Michael Noss, and for the afternoon streams with me, of course. You get us all in front of you in the screens when it's most important, when the volume is coming in the morning, when the volume's coming in the afternoon. So all the big moves, you're going to have Trade the Pool's eyes on them. So use that to your strength. Come on in, show us what plays you're in, and we'll all make some money together. All right, guys, 2 minutes left. Let's do a quick rundown. Specifically, I want to talk about oil just a little bit more. Let's talk oil. We got to zoom out, though. All right, oil on the 4 hour, absolutely monster move. That's a blow off. That's a parabolic move. Cat's got my tongue today. Parabolic move. What do? They revert 50%. Just like when SPY falls off a cliff, it mean reverts 50% in a dead cat. Is this a dead cat on oil? Is it going to catch and revert higher? I'm not so sure. To find out, we have to kind of zoom out from this range here, and we have to go way on back. So far back that I have to bring up my other charts. Okay, we're starting all the way back at a monthly chart of CL. This is crude oil futures. If this chart looks different than yours, well, first off, it's because it's not adjusted and has that insane bottom wick because oil went actually negative. Wild situation in, what was that, 2018, I think? All right, let me fight with my log chart here. That's the other reason it might look different than yours. I use a logarithmic chart. I think it's super important on everything, but especially trades with big ranges like this. Wow, look at that monthly candle. Wow, I should have shorted. Wow. All right, so why I didn't short, it's because I was scared it was strong. I'm not going to lie, guys. Because there was a fundamental reason that every single day that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, oil's got to go up a lot. If it stays closed, it could keep going higher. I know it seems crazy posting a monthly candle like this and then potentially going higher. This was my bull path. So far, we pulled back more than I thought we would in the next couple months. So to me, that is kind of blow off behavior. That's really good news for the market. And my oil equity stocks didn't really drop much before I sold. So really, really honestly happy with this. And if we start seeing basing return to oil, we can look to get back in. But I think that this one here, we call this close enough for government work. It came back all the way into the top candle from the Ukraine-Russia spike. So for these kinds of moves, I like to take the last green candle up on a high time frame, like a monthly, and I just draw the body. I think the body's the most important. Sometimes I will draw the wicks, though, especially on a monthly, because that gives us more information. So let's draw the wicks on there, too. And so close, so close. But essentially, this was an area of a lot of resistance. See, bumped our head there. And when it wicked back up into here, into this downtrend line, that's where the sellers stepped in. And again, at the end of the day, it's oil. This primarily moves off of macro stuff. But, that comes out in the TA too, believe it or not. It just makes it harder to predict. But in terms of like intraday price action or reading a chart after a catalyst has happened like this, how price reacts to the catalyst can still be very valuable. You just got to keep in mind a new headline could come in tomorrow and completely throw all your work out the window. So that is the name of the game. I was willing to entertain the possibility of oil breaking all the way out to 150, 175 if it could close over this 129. Found a big seller at 120. I think that is probably the end of oil for now, which means probably some de-escalation here. So that's what I'm thinking there. I'm seeing, crude oil futures were up 23% now at peak. Now it's down 8%. That is an absolutely wild swing there, guys. So pencils down like the band Green Day. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. What else we got? We got market madness going on starting next Monday. Monday. Be here. Pick your team. Pick a team combined of a mega cap, a small cap, a large cap, a penny stock, all these different market classes. You get to assemble your all-star lineup and pit it against the coaches. That's me, Money Mitch. Who else? Joe's in the mix. We got a lot of great traders. Big boss Michael Katz is in the mix. So try your hand against the CEO there and see how it goes. I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we will keep you updated as that keeps on progressing. But yeah, definitely check out the site there. By the way, I am, Bulls on Parade. I always forget my name there. So if you like my picks, Bulls on Parade. That being said, my lineup didn't turn out quite as fine-tuned as I wanted. I had the robot, Michael Noss, sniping a few of my picks, as well as a few other guys there. So we made do with what we had. We're having fun. We're either going to win big or lose big, and that's what it's all about. So, guys, oh boy. What else? I feel like I'm missing something, but that's a pretty good wrap up here. In general, stay safe. Dead cat bounces can be very deceiving intraday. Never believe it till the candle closes, and even then, wait for that follow through to be too sure. That being said, a beautiful daily candle today pushed a little bit lower from the open before closing very high into this falling 5-minute moving average. So, name of the game, if we can reclaim today's high, 680, then we're going to be starting to work up into this big volume node. It's going to be tough, but if the strength's there, we can surge to the 683, potentially up into the 686 lower volume node here. That's going to be where I expect bigger sellers to kind of step in, and we're going to have to digest, or we're going to smash through on super high volume for a macro reason there. If we end this conflict going on, or figure out some way to get this juice back in the AI trade, well, then we can smash through and look for buys when we retest these moving averages. But it's going to take a little bit of time to heal this chart, guys. So don't feel too antsy to get all of your chips on the table. I deployed a good amount of cash today. I still have about 25% left to drop into sorted names. I would love a back test of this low volume node here at 674. 674 to 675 is the area that I think would be really nice to just get a little bit of a look back to. We could come down to 672. That'd be fine. 671. Want to hold the 670. So those are our kind of levels going into the rest of this week. I'd say the rest of this week, but probably just tomorrow because these charts are going to move fast with this volatility. All right, guys, I went a little over time here. Thanks for bearing with me. Hope you had a good time. Hey, Tyler, good to tap in there. Real quick, MS Apes, Ape Street Control. Are my bullish on USO? I sold all of my oil down to 25% runners and a few positions of shares. So I'm all out of my options as of this morning. I'm all out of the majority of my shares positions. I was in ExxonMobil, which still looks good, to be honest. I was in SLB. I mean, I'm still in these runners, but now I'm thinking, why did I sell this? This actually looks like it's recovering. All right, I got to rethink this. I was just literally autopilot, sell your oil. So no, in general, I'm not bullish on oil at this very moment, just because I think it's had an insane move. We'll pull up that USO again. Had an absolutely insane move, and it closed red, significantly red. This is sketchy. What I will say is that it held this previous gap down and did bounce decently. I'd be lying to you if I said I knew. To me, looks like top. Short-term top. Just like when silver had that massive red ugly candle that started a big gap up, it closed a big gap down. You know what? You just got to trust the process and say, hey, if I'm selling up here, I don't need to have to feel the need to jump back right here. So I'm gonna take my time and wait for it to base out. The other thing is that it could keep squeezing if there's more escalation instead of the less escalation that the market's now expecting. But that's so hard to predict. So for me, I caught a pretty good chunk of a 70% move, not on the index. I wish I just traded the oil, but on names like Exxon in from what is it? 135 was this day, 120, 124. So yeah, 20% on a mega cap. The SLB didn't go quite as well because it broke down from that rising wedge, which I think Exxon might do as well. So yeah, not bullish short term on oil, but I am keeping an eye on it going forward, months out. Just always worth to keep an eye on. All right, guys. Now I am actually wrapping up here. Hope you have a great day. We will be back tomorrow. You know the drill. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Have a great day, guys. Take care.